So it's 11 o'clock already in the morning, so I think it's time for us to start. My name is Mariana Lameiras from UNU-EGOV. I'm replacing Efthimios. He's not coming today. Well, actually, he is coming, but he could not make it for the morning, so I'm replacing him. We have lots of presentations for this morning, so we need to be rigorous with time management. So I propose that we start immediately with the first presentation that we have. Konstantinos is going to make the presentation, and the title is Improving Electronic Public Procurement Using the One Sole Only Principle. And that's it. Please go ahead, Konstantinos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Konstantinos Douloudis, and I'm from the University of Piraeus at the Department of Digital Systems. And today I'm going to show you how we improved electronic public procurement using the once only principle. Okay, so what is the once only principle? It's the idea that both citizens and businesses have to provide their data to public administrations only once. Then the public administration systems have to share this data so that both citizens and businesses don't have to supply them again and again. And this is very important across the EU, and it is shown in both in the government action plan, and it's mentioned in the government action plan, and in the single digital gateway regulation, which actually foresees the creation and use of a technical once-only European system. And actually, this is supposed to be done by December 2023. Now, as you can imagine, building such a system to connect public services across Europe is not easy. That's why the EU-funded project TOP had to create an architecture, a federated architecture, to showcase the once-only principle on a pan-European cross-border scale. And how did it do that? Through a demonstration, through a real-world pilots, large-scale pilots. Today we're going to focus on the e-procurement pilot, which was done, which Greece took part in. And what we basically did was use the existing ESPD system in Greece and integrated with TOP. So let's talk a bit more about TOP and its architecture. The goal was to interconnect existing registries across the EU in an interoperable way. And we had to do that using loosely coupled components and existing building blocks, infrastructure, and of course open standards like SEFI delivery, like EIDAS, like the ISO squared core vocabularies. And of course, it had to be in line with existing EU frameworks like EIF and ERA. Now, here we see an overview of the TOP architecture. On the left and right side, we see the two blue boxes labeled DC and DP. These are the two main roles in TOP. The DC stands for data consumer, and as you can imagine, it asks for data through TOP. And the DP is the data provider, which provides the data to the data consumer. This is done through the TOP request and TOP response messages, which are described in the TOP PDM. And there was an excellent presentation by my colleague Maria Schiapara yesterday on how the TOP PDM was designed using the open standards. And going one step inside, we have the services provided on a member state level. So each country that participates in TOP has to have an instance of those. These include the EIDAS node, which is used for the authentication and authorization of users in the TOP network. We have the SMP which stands for Service Metadata Publisher. And what it does is it publishes to the top network what kind of capabilities the DCs and the DPs have. So, as you can imagine, not all DCs and not all DPs ask and supply the same kind of data. A tax authority, for instance, can supply financial information regarding to income, but the citizen registry might supply natural person information. So all this is published through the SMP. And at the bottom we have the AS4 gateway, which is part of the e-delivery network, the CEF delivery network, and it is used for securely transmitting the messages between the participants. And in the middle, we have what is called the core services, and these are deployed centrally. There is only one instance of them, and everyone is using that instance. And starting from the two in the bottom, we have the data service directory and the CEF-PDXL, and together with the SMPs on the member states, are used for the discovery of the data providers, data consumers. And so you can ask, for example, the data services directory, where can I get and what kind of data in the country? The semantic repository is the place you want to go when you want to look how something is described in top, because it contains all of the commonly used and accepted knowledge models. For instance, if you want to check how a natural person, for example, is described in an evidence document sent to the top, you can check the semantic repository. The criteria evidence and type rule base is used for mapping requirements to evidence, and we're going to see a bit more later about why this is necessary and how it works. So, I mentioned before that for the Greek pilot we had to extend the Greek SPD system. Now, what is SPD? SPD stands for European Single Procurement Document. It is basically a self-declaration that is used in public procurement procedures that companies that participate in those procedures can use to fill in their criteria, to answer to criteria set by buyers, so that they don't need to submit all of the documents that they usually needed, proving that they can participate. Only the winner has to do that. And there are two main roles in the SPD. As I said, the buyer here is the contracting authority, which publishes a call for tender and creates an SPD request. And this SPD request contains, along with information for the tender, all the criteria that the contracting authority has set for the specific tender. For instance, they can say that I want all the companies that participate to have a specific certification. They put that in the SPD request. And we have the economic operator, which is the company side, and wants to take part in the tender process and takes the SPD request that the contract authority creates and puts their answers in the SPD response document. So, for the Greek pilot, we used the Greek SPD service, which is called the Prometheus SPD service, and is actually part of a general national public procurement system. It acts as a subsystem of that. And Prometheus is an tendering platform that exists since 2013. It is used from contracting authorities and economic operators across the whole country of Greece. It is located here if you want to take a look at it. Now, the economic operators, as I said before, they need to answer to criteria set by the contracting authorities. Now, when they win, they need to actually prove that they can fulfill those criteria. In the current version of the SPD, we see here a screenshot of the SPD tool that shows a criterion here that the economic operator has to answer to. And in this instance, it's the criterion that says, have you committed any fraud? Yes or no? And now the SPD allows you to put a link to relevant evidence that can prove this criterion. But usually this is not used for evidence supply. This is usually done externally through internet platforms. But can this be better? Just these three fields, can they get better? Can they supply evidence in a better way? The answer is yes, and it can be done through TOP. So, since the Greek SPD service actually wants to get evidence from a data provider, acts as a data consumer in the overall architecture of TOP. And the goal is to use the TOP infrastructure to get evidence and avoid manual inputting information. And first, this was done by extending the data model of SPD, because these three fields were not enough to fit in all the relevant metadata. Of course, we had to connect the SPD service to the TOP infrastructure using tools at TOP provider. And we also used eCertis, which can supply information about what kind of evidence for each one of those criteria is needed. So the result was an SPD response that contained both metadata about the evidence and a link that could be used to download the evidence. So the CA can use the SPD tool to directly download the evidence from a data provider. And so how this works. First, we have the economic operator, which takes the SPD request that contacting authority provides and creates their response through the SPD tool. When filling in the response, they can see an option to request from TOP the evidence. So when they do that, they generate a TOP request from the SPD response, from the filling in the SPD response, and then this request goes to their appropriate data provider, which responds with metadata about the evidence. They do not get the actual evidence. They just get metadata and a link, let's say, some information to download. The downloading is done from the contracting authority side, because when, as part of the tender, they get the SPD response, they can use the SPD tool to generate, to see that there is TOP metadata on the response, and generate a TOP request to be sent to the data provider to download the evidence this time. And this is an overview of the TOP, of the integration of the SPD system with TOP. And here we can see some familiar things like the AS4 gateway, which is used for by delivery. But we also see TOP connector. Now, TOP connector is an open source component built by TOP, and it was, and its purpose was to encapsulate many of the functionalities that a data consumer or a data provider had to build, like creating TOP messages, receiving TOP messages, and even at some point, it integrated an AS4 gateway itself. So you had to build, so you only had to install a TOP connector to connect to the TOP infrastructure. And here we see a TOP interface, which actually acted as a bridge between the SPD system and the TOP for receiving sending messages, and the eCertis service, which acts as the criteria and evidence rule base from the architecture for mapping criteria to evidence. Okay, so we built the system. Now, what is the best way to test it? To connect it, of course, with other systems in the TOP network. Okay. And simulate real-life data exchanges. Now, what we called that process was a connectathon in TOP. And the SPD system has successfully communicated with Slovakia, Germany, and Norway. And it is important to understand that we don't get the same kind of evidence from all these different countries. For example, in Germany, we connected with the pre-qualification authority that provided tax information, but Slovakia provided financial data. And here we see the result of the integration. If you remember, and this is the same thing as I showed before with the criterion, but now we see many, many more evidence metadata, but they don't even fit in the slide. Here is the e-certis integration of the SPD tools here, and it shows some legislation information, and of course, what kind of evidence is required for that criterion. But the new thing with TOP is this button, the Get Evidence Metadata button. Now I want to show you through a video how does this work. So here we see just what we saw before. This is the e-certis information. This is the evidence metadata. Now we're going to use stop, click this button, use stop to fill in this metadata. And we see all a list of data providers that can supply this kind of evidence. This is supplied from top, and we can select which one we want. This one in this case. Okay. And here we see all the data that will be requested. First, we supply some information identifying the economic operator. We click the button, and then we see a list of all the metadata that were requested through top. For example, when it was issued, the language of the document, name, etc. And when I click agree, I see that all the data has been filled in to the SPD. And now, as an economic operator, I will go ahead and fill in the rest of the information and export the XML and send it to the contracting authority. That's what I'm doing here. Okay. And now, I'm going to assume the role of the contracting authority and use the SPD tool to review the SPD. Review SPD, choose the file. And now, because the SPD tool will recognize special metadata built into the response, it will show us a display of extension. And when we click that, we see all the metadata. But now we also get a button to download the evidence. Now, they sent a top request to the data provider. And in the end, we're going to get the actual PDF. And I also have some slides in case the video didn't work, explaining some things. But here is the data providers, here is the CA site with the download button, here is the evidence metadata. Now, what are the benefits? Obviously, filling in automatically any parts of the SPD reduces the time to build it. It's very important, because imagine you can have up to 30 and more criteria in an SPD. These data that you put in are pulled directly from verified sources, from verified e-certis evidence providers, which means that you don't need as much time to verify if they're okay. Of course, the EIDAS regulation is used for the authentication authorization of the users. We reduce the amount of unstructured information like PDFs and other documents, which are used and cannot be processed by machines. And we directly get the data from the registries themselves. And of course, all the messages are encrypted and packaged and signed using the delivery, which ensures that trust can be established between the participants and that the message doesn't get tampered with in transport. And what's the future for that? Since consider that we have the actual evidence documents, we show the eligibility of the economic operator for a criterion. Don't we have the information of what is the answer to the criterion? I mean, if you get the document that says, he has a the economic operator has a clean criminal record, can you say in the fraud criteria that yes, I have not committed any fraud? So what if we can use TOP to automate filling in all the criteria? And we can also, because TOP is generic, it does not apply only to evidence, it can get other kinds of data. We can fill in other parts of the SPD as well. So what if we could just create an SPD service that you can just press a button, log in, and download an already automatically completed SPD response? That will definitely reduce the time needed to create your package for a tender as an economic operator. So, any questions?
Thank you so much, Konstantinos. Yes, we can now give voice to the audience if we have any questions or comments. No? No hands raised? No, apparently we don't have any questions. Oh, Yanis, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just came, so I don't know much, but what is the future of TOP? What is the next step?
The next step is actually the OOP building block by CEF. So CEF right now is using both TOP specifications, and I think D4A is also working on TOP, another project. And helping build the OOP building block, which will be used in the OOP technical system built by 2023. So this is where it's heading right now.
Is there going to be another project like this, or just now going to be maintained? Who is going to maintain that? Who's going to...
Right now, D4A is Digital Europe for All, is the project that is going forward with the once-only principle. There was actually a handover from TOP to D4A in September, but beyond that, it's just the building block of CEF. There is nothing else. You mean that if we are complying with other specifications of... I'm not sure about that, but there was the self-fill. The only thing that I can think of right now is the CEF OB building block that were actually contacted by CEF about it, and the specification is on top, and they were interested in that. I'm not sure about the rest of the specifications. And I was mostly working on the technical side of things, so it is a bit higher after that.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I think it's time for us to proceed. Thank you, Konstantinos. We now proceed with Morten with the presentation of a paper entitled Governing and Monitoring the Digital Transformation, Assessing the Qatari Experience since 2003. The floor is yours, Morten. Please go ahead whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mariana. I'm going to take this thing off. So my name is Morten. I'm going to present a paper that have been looking at the country of Qatar's approach to digital transformation, particularly from the governance perspective, but also monitoring and measurement. So this is co-authored with a Qatari civil servant actually in the ministry responsible for this. So the disclaimer is important. This does not necessarily reflect the opinion of the government of Qatar or the Ministry of Communication and Transport. It is the opinion of the authors, yeah? So now that that's done, we can go ahead. So Valette and I looked at this. We've actually met through work assessing other countries. So Valette is one of these civil servants that finished his master's degree some 20 years ago, is now considering a PhD. So this is a way that we are testing whether or not he has the appetite to do that on top of his work. So what are we going to do? I'm just going to run through quickly the analysis and some of the key approaches that we've had, and then look at some specific elements around that. So first of all, Qatar, where is it? If you're a football fan, you probably heard of it. You know about the controversy about having football in Qatar, but it is by population what we would define internationally as a small country. It's almost an island, it's a peninsula, but it is a high-income country. GDP per capita is roughly 62,000 US dollars per year. It is by capita one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Yeah? So resources are available. Yeah. Another interesting thing is that the urbanization rate is almost 100%. So everybody lives in Doha, basically, or the surroundings. Another interesting element is that over 90% of the residents of Qatar are non-nationals. So when you see Qatari policies, you always see the differentiation between citizens and residents. Because residents are permanent residents, they do not have citizenship, which means services are often different. Yeah? This is a classical example of the Gulf countries, but Qatar is in the extreme. So we're looking at the performance, and what we actually see if we go back to 2003 and we use the UNDESA classification and the EGDI, we see that the green bar, the human capacity, the level of human skills, the educational level in Qatar has actually been above the global average for the entire 20 years periods. Generally, the population is very well educated, as is illustrated by the green bar, but you also see it in connection to the orange, which is the global average. So again, it's more on par with North America or with Europe or OECD type countries. But you also see that in terms of its telecommunication infrastructure and the online service index, so the availability of government services online, there's been a big gap. Yeah, and we've seen that Qatar has moved from a below global average to an above global average. So in 2020, Qatar was rated by ESQA, so the Economic Commission of Western Asia, it's a UN agency, as being second in Western Asia in terms of its use of technology in the public sector. But in relation to the UNDESA, they were ranked number 10 in Western Asia and 66 globally. So 66, so in the top third, basically, but at the bottom of the third. So what is it that has enabled Qatar to change this perception? So what are the lessons learned in relation to governance and intergovernmental collaboration, the monitoring and measurements, and the benefit realization in relation to ICT investment? And how does that sort of compare with global practices? First of all, so we looked at official documents, government publications, background information, as well as historical insight. Now, obviously, my co-author as a civil servant have some insights that is not necessarily public knowledge, so we have not included that. Yeah, so hearsay from what he knows from internally in the organization, unless it's in a public policy document, unless it's in an analysis, we haven't included it. We did consider doing interviews, but we ran out of time, so we're thinking of doing a second phase of this study by doing exploratory interviews within key stakeholders in the country to pull that out. Because we see a lot of anecdotal evidence that shows that the paper reality is not necessarily reflected in practice. Yeah? So what's in the strategy, what's on the organogram is not necessarily how things work in practice. This is common in most countries and most organizations. So a little bit, we see two distinct periods for the introduction of ICT. There's 2003 to 2013. This is also the first e-government strategy of the country, and it was 10 years long. It's not a typing mistake. The second strategy from 2014 onwards is very different. First of all, the first strategy looked really at the back office and front office service delivery, just basically supply, getting the infrastructure out, getting websites up and running, basic online services, downloadable forms, and that type of thing. So a very classic approach to trying and digitize existing processes and existing services and putting them online. Now, what changed in 2015 and the 5-year strategy there was that it was far more focused on two elements within the back office and in the front office. So it was really trying to merge services across service silos in the back office, getting up and running with some of the core registries. They also found that one of the reasons why they were stagnating on compared to global performance is that they had not yet implemented a key enabler such as electronic identities. So they had physical identities, they have a national population registry, they have a unique identifier on the ID card, but they didn't have the equivalent for the online world, and that was only implemented and rolled out in 2019. So the first stage, you remember the graph, they increased rapidly in global performance comparatively, and then they dropped a bit. And that is because they didn't have that key enabling key to unlock personal information online, to sign documents digitally, and that held them back, both for citizens and for business services. What we also saw was that it starting to look more at service innovation and organizational innovation. And again, it strengthened the governance focus. And it was the first time they introduced quantifiable strategic KPIs. And it's quite clear when you look at it and you compare it to global leaders that they've been inspired by a number of countries such as the UK, gov.uk in particular, and their performance platform they launched, but also by the Danish strategy from 2012 to 15. A number of the way that they've formulated and proposed measuring their KPIs are very, very similar. So you can see that they've been inspired by global leaders in Denmark, Australia, the UK, South Korea, and the like, to try and see what they can do differently. The current strategy is being developed, actually. It's not yet launched, the 2021 to 2026, but it's building on capturing that digital by default initiatives that they launched in the previous period. One of the reasons we believe that they're doing that, and we don't know that for sure, is that the assessment of the previous strategy is still ongoing. But we don't see that they have monitored on operational performance in relation to the digital by default, the take-up of electronic identities. It's not clear in their communications. What we know anecdotally is that there may be a improvement potential here because the National Steering Committee does not actually get reports on operational or strategic performance in relation to the strategy. We see that in the minutes. Yeah, so the minutes are published and we don't see them getting information on how the country is performing in relation to the strategy's implementation. So that gives us that indication. But again, interviews will validate that. In terms of the governance and coordination structure, we see that the Cabinet of Ministers, the Digital Government Steering Committee, is in place. It was implemented and it was strengthened with the current strategy. And they set the vision for the country, and they link it to the National Vision 2030, which is the overarching umbrella. So in this regard, they're following a very similar approach to most other countries. It's on the strategic level then supported by a specialized ministry that's responsible for all things digital. This is the Ministry of Transport and Communication in this case. And they have a strategic management office within that agency that supports the steering committee. So again, there is a line between the strategic level and the operational level within the specialized agency. The Strategic Management Office is also responsible for implementing of the strategic action plan and monitoring the performance of that. But the problem is we don't see any formal reporting from here up to here. Yeah, so there's an improvement potential here. Yeah. But we also see that very classical approach that all the implementation is in the specialized line ministry. So IT and technology in education is managed by the Ministry of Education, under the strategy and is reported to the specialized digital agency. So we see that also in Greece, we see that in Denmark. This is the way it goes because health is specialized in health, but they get support on direction given by the specialized digital agency to guide them on that. What we also see that it's the Digital Government Steering Committee and the SMO that does also the wider coordination in that regard. So again, it follows very similar patterns on paper. Yeah. This is looking at it slightly different. Again, we see the strat policy setting and the execution down in the government agencies. Now, one of the things that we noticed when we saw the progression over time was that the 15 to 2020 strategy really strengthened the collaboration and coordination elements within the steering committee and the Ministry of Transport and Communication. It involved a number of government stakeholders, so all the key ministries are represented, and Qatar as a city-state do not have local government. So there is no regional or local players. The city of Qatar has Doha has a mayor, but it's basically a city-state like Singapore. Yeah, so it's a layer that is not relevant. Where we do think that they could strengthen collaboration more is that we see evidence of informal consultation with non-governmental stakeholders. So Chamber of Commerce, different consumer rights organizations, certain academic experts are consulted, but only informally. Yeah, so this is something we see in a lot of countries, that steering committees and consultations are mainly within the government. It doesn't necessarily consult formally with the private sector. So here again, this is a general recommendation, not just for the Qataris, but also for, say, the Danes, which consult more informally with non-governmental stakeholders. Also, the compliance mechanisms are important here. We do not see that evidence of formal assessment between strategic cycles. There's evidence that it is done, but it doesn't seem to be formalized like we see it in the UK or in the Netherlands or in Denmark or even South Korea, Singapore, where you have continuous improvement, that you always assess your strategic performance from one cycle before you develop the next strategy. So you do continuous improvement. And we only see informal evidence of that. The monitoring, again, I mentioned that. So while the last strategy improved a lot by having measurable, sort of quantifiable strategic targets around digital by default, rollout of electronic identities, the take-up and use of those identities, we do not see evidence of it actually being monitored. Yeah? It may actually happen, but we don't see the evidence here. So it might be a lag. There's also something around the indications from ministries that they tend to not comply with the strategy, either because they don't have the resources, and the strategy asks them to find the resources internally, even for big projects, or that they're just not sure what it is that they're being asked to do. So there seems to be an important element missing in terms of change management, in terms of communicating both the strategic objectives, the whys, the hows, and who they can ask for support. So this is something where a potential center for excellence, the use of standardized project models, business case models, could actually help lift and formalize those type of skills. We've seen that work very well in the UK with Prince 2, for instance. The Danish IT project model in government is mandatory for large projects, but optional for others. There's, milestone assessment on large projects by panels of experts to help guide ministries in this transition, because we are talking about change. Again, what we also see is where they've excelled is on classical digitization in terms of process innovation. So using technology to do the existing processes and services faster, cheaper, and better. But they have not yet gone to that service and product innovation, this organizational innovation, which we are all striving for through the technology and with the digital transformation of our organizations. So again, here we see evidence of the challenges we also see in amongst the global leaders, both in the public and the private sector, that it's easier to digitize existing processes and services. It's harder to start changing your organization. Yeah. So again, we see them having some improvement potentials there. So just to summarize, the level of coordination, consensus-seeking, collaborative approach has definitely improved over time, and that has been a benefit and a positive driver. The links between the national strategy, the e-government strategies or digital transformation strategies, the link to the action plans and the governance structure definitely improved. The introduction of strategic KPIs is definitely a strength. The steering and monitoring committee for conflict resolution is definitely a strength. And this also matches strengths we see in other countries that have introduced this type of approaches, like the Australians do this, the Uruguayans do this, the Mexican did it under the previous administration with great results. But there is some limitations to their model where they have improvement potential. And again, they could introduce more consultation, more cooperation with the private sector instead of merely outsourcing, doing public-private partnerships. Yeah, particularly for things like electronic identities with the banking sector, but also developing other type of infrastructure. The steering and monitoring committee's role in monitoring the outcomes and the link between the strategic and the operational KPIs is an area that can always be improved in all countries, including the global leaders. If we don't know where we are doing the strategy, how can we say that we're achieving our objectives? It's a very classical dilemma. And this could be supported with ex and ex post evaluation. So what is interesting in countries like Korea and also Denmark and Estonia, there is a number of strategic pillars in every single digital strategy. And one of those is always to look at capacity and skills development in the public sector, improved cooperation and coordination, collaboration, and monitoring and measurement. It is an area that we can always improve in our organizations. And that could also benefit them because it's not yet in past strategies except for citizens and businesses and residents. But the internal skills and capacity development in the public sector is important here. And the link between the strategic and operational KPIs are not fully clear. So again, further research might make this invalid as a limitation or a barrier or weakness. But what we see indicates that it's not yet done formally, and that needs to be done, particularly when you talk about this multi-headed beast of government with different ministries that do not always remember to coordinate or collaborate with each other. They get focused on their operational and their mandates. So that's where we are. That's my author, so this is Valette. And here's our disclaimer again. So keep that in mind. And I hope you found that a little bit interesting. And if you have any questions, please shoot.
Yes, I think we will have. Thank you so much, Morten, for the inspiring presentation. Any comments or questions from the audience? No?
There's one there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Come up and borrow the microphone.
If
Okay, I can speak louder.
you speak louder, please.
Okay.
Do you believe that the large presence of an expat community that you mentioned in Qatar played a role in for the development of more digital governance? And if so, how?
What we see is, like most governments, they rely also on external expertise, particularly on the technical front. The ability to attract that from overseas, particularly from the wider MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, is definitely one of the things that has benefited them. They have the financial resources to attract the talent they need. Yeah. So this is a general thing in the region, that they're very privileged in the amount of resources they have available, both financial and human resources. So once a decision is made and the strategic direction is set, they're actually not afraid of spending the money. They have less of that challenge than we see in Europe, for instance. In terms of the volume of civil servants to the population, that's more or less matched by a country of its type, and matched similar proportions like we see in Greece or in Denmark or in Estonia, for instance. You need a certain critical mass. There's always a minister, there's a cabinet, there's a department, you know. I do think that there is maybe an opportunity where they could do more in terms of digital services, particularly for residents, because of this large flow in and out of people. there's some things that could maybe have been digitized a little bit more. But here again, it depends on the type of expats you're looking at, because the expat community is quite diverse. There's people like us in this room with university degrees, and then there's the other expats which are in the construction sector and do not necessarily know how to use digital tools yet because of where they're coming from, or they're just not familiar with the language, because you, as a government, you may not have the resources, even in Qatar, to translate everything into Arabic, English, Greek, Danish, in Hindu, Punjabi, and so forth. So it becomes resource constraint. But I do think that there's some elements. We see that actually in the region, in the UAE, for instance, that they're using a lot more technical solutions, a lot more services for issuing work permits, health insurances, where they've all gone app licenses, like your boarding card and the new sort of COVID passport apps. That's been done for quite a few years for work permits, jet ski licenses, hunting licenses, because the price point is a lot lower. And they have similar sizes of expats. So again, I think technology can help facilitate that. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Martin, I was just wondering here, it's more of trying to seek your personal opinion and personal view on to what extent do you think the DESA methodology, particularly with Aussie, is suitable or not, and what would need major improvement in terms of its application to countries with specificities as Qatar?
Yeah, no, there's no question about the UNDESA, EGDI, or the World Bank's ease of doing business have great attention globally, not least by governments. And particularly, we see it even more in middle income and low income countries or emerging economies rather than in the OECD type countries. So it does play an important role, and we do see national strategies for digital transformation, for user engagement, whether electronic or not, are targeting things that are also coming out of recommendations from UNDESA or from the World Bank. We do see that governments pay great attention to that, and the Gulf is in that category. So about the appropriateness, my personal opinion, and the UNDESA team, I have a lot of respect for the work that they're doing, and we're in dialogue with them on a regular basis, so they know my opinion on this. It's too focused on the supply of things. It's not enough focus on the actual use of the solutions in place, because it's a highway analog. A highway from A to B does not create any value unless people drive on it. Yeah, an empty highway creates no value. It's a waste of money. Yeah, the airport without any planes is a waste of money. It's the same with digital technology. So if people don't use what you provide, then you're not going to have your return on your investment. So I think that's important. But we see that also in the European Commission discussions about the DESI, that should we have more focus on the use of the benchmark services, for instance, the volume of digital usage, and should it be more granulated? But the member states are divided, because how do we collect this data? Because the more data we collect, the more problematic it is. And I think that's where gov.uk really did something interesting with the performance platform, and how you can actually automate the data collection, and how you can use your back-end systems to monitor the overall volume of passport applications in the back-end system, and then see, we know how much comes in through the online service, how much comes in through call center. This is automated. And then the other two channels are the rest. Yeah? So again, you can do these assessments differently. And I know there are researchers that are playing with these type of models. I did that during my PhD. So look at my thesis, because I actually played with data from Denmark and Estonia to show that you could actually monitor this, and you can automate the data collection through the back-end systems and do very close estimates for the non-automatic channels. Because if you have the total volume, and you have the online, the call center, and the rest is physical, well, you don't need to calculate and count the physical, because it's the remaining volume. So those are the type of things that we also think that the Qatari could benefit from, and other countries also, is linking the operational performance and aggregating that up into your strategy KPIs and the other way around. So your KPIs must be measurable and quantifiable. That's a classical challenge.
Wonderful. No more questions? No?
No?
No.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Mariana.
much,
Thank you all.
Martin. We did not clap our hands. Neither in this presentation nor in the other, so we'll do it now. Oh, we clap for both of them. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Konstantinos, also. We now move on with Victoria, right? Okay, you are going to share the floor. And the title of the next presentation is Interoperability Skills and Competencies, the Drivers for Digital Growth in Public Administrations. And we have with us both Konstantina and Victoria to share the floor and make the presentations. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that I'm loud enough. Just give me a second. Okay. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's really an honor that we not only would like to present what we have, but also share with you the knowledge that we have today, because this is also an important event of sharing what we have and not keeping it behind closed doors. And so together with my co-creator, co-author Konstantina, we would like to share with you how interoperability skills and competencies can be the drivers for digital growth for public administration. I would like to say that this is a proposal, a research that came together with many researchers also from the private entity and also from the public entity as well. And I'm very proud that we have here today with us also Cesar from KU11 and also Katerina Manolovic from Trasis as well, Belgium. So let's begin to this journey. I would like to also share what Morten has said, because it's very important to have the disclaimer. So this is a proposal from us, researchers, not from the Commission, not from Trasis. This is a proposal. So European Commission is not the official opinion of the Commission, but this work was done under a project of European Commission that will start soon with it. More or less, this is what we will present today. We will share together the presentation with Konstantina. We will go to the main points, and we left the things that are more important for you to discover, because in this presentation you will find many links and also for the study and also as well other things that will be implemented and so on. How all this started and how we decided to have a study about it. Konstantina is smiling because it's a long effort that took almost 2 years, and together with KU11, to see how important it is not only to have the digital transformation as a journey, but also to have the digital employees also to enhance their digital skills, and how important this is for the digital transformation. In a nutshell, this is the background, how to meet the public expectation as a whole, that this also helps. So, in delivering of specialized trainings and also to possess skills and competencies to operate properly, let's say, in more advanced services as well, and also to be able to perform services not only at national level, also at cross-border as well, but also international, if I may dare to say. The ISA Square program was founded, and also there were several actions about it that help enhance digital transformation as a whole, as you may know. And I'm very glad that I hear today about TUP, EIF, and also the DESI that were not part of ISA Square, but this is also one of the enablers as well, and they are all connected together with e-government action plan, with the government declarations, and so on. So, in a nutshell, the ISA Square was the funding program for us, and also the continuation is the Digital Euro program that invests, as you see in this little round cycle, a lot for digital skills advanced digital skills. I will have like a full stop here to say advancing not only the use of using the computer or just an Excel sheet, but to have to do more practical things, especially for public administration. And under this depth and ISA, it comes Interoperability Academy. We will not go in detail about it because we are here to focus about the research study, how the competencies can enhance the digital skills as a whole. But I would like to say a few things about the objectives and how this came up. So in 2019, the Interoperability Academy came up to like fill a gap that was there because there were many actions, many solutions, many things, but there weren't a training format behind them. So they were like delivering a lot of things, but they didn't like, how can I say, like provide it also the area behind for people to understand the concept, because the thing is to understand and also not to be so resistant to change is to understand the concept, to embrace the concept because you will understanding. Therefore, it came the Interoperability Academy, which is a set of organized resources, e-learning resources, and courses already about interoperability. We are not having courses as a whole, like because the main actions that we could have at the moment was from actions related to ISA Square and SEF program, and also the solutions that are there. And also one thing that was there, because we said before about it, is to support European digital government ecosystem, the EGES at its called, which is under Digital Euro program DEP, that also is part of the next continuation of ISA Square. Also, Academy found another, let's say, gap that is here to fulfill is to improve the level of the advanced digital skills in the public sector, especially related to interoperability. So what we did in collaboration with GRC and EU Academy, so we, Interoperability Academy is hosted under EU Academy, which is currently still in beta format, and the main objective and scope of it was to have and host all training materials from the Commission that can be used to the outside world, meaning not only inside the Commission, but also outside for everyone to participate, to be in one place. So we found the opportunity and we hosted Interoperability Academy in EU Academy platform. At the moment, Konstantin, I think we have around 7 mature courses and other that are in track, if I remember correctly. What else? So you can follow the courses at your own pace. It's in a Moodle platform. You can have a certificate as well of completion. And also there is always room for improvement. As always, we don't reinvent the wheel. So you can also give us more feedback about it. Now, going slowly to the study and the reason why here today, and how the European framework for interoperability skills and competencies started as a whole. So it was a study that was funded mainly from KU11 and our contractors as well. So to link the skills and competencies under a proposed framework. So this is a proposed framework. This work was done and used a lot of literature review from academia, but also from other very well-known frameworks such as ESCO, OECD, United Nations. So we took things from there and we put them all together in this one. So you could see like also like from the attitudes, for instance, or values that are more for the personal level, like for instance, I don't know, self-oriented or to be efficient, these things that are not related to digital skills, but as a whole, they complement like the things that one person needs to have. I want to say this, that we also took into consideration the EIF, some principles of EIF, to be transparent here. So you will see them, but maybe are not very obvious, but when you see the study, which you can see the link here, you will see why this is added. I will not go to details because I want you to understand that was a lot of work behind and to contact with the problem that we found, and also how public administrations are able to integrate the skills and competencies, not only the day-to-day work, but something that can be sustainable. And I think Konstantina, I'd like to give the floor to Konstantina to guide us to this journey.
So, very good morning from me also, and thank you, Victoria, for the introduction. the proposed methodology that I would like to briefly summarize is based on the European Framework for Interoperability, Skills and Competencies that we worked on as Interoperability Academy in collaboration with KU Leuven. Now, the two previous speakers, Dr. Nielsen and Konstantinos here, gave us already a snapshot of how we could reuse EIF or about the importance of digital governance. So now I would like to reinforce this importance at the European level. So far, and by being involved in the Interoperability Academy and speaking with different member states, we all wonder, all the team members, what is the capacity, the current capacity of public administrators to integrate training courses for upskilling civil servants in matters that relate to interoperability. And in particular, given that the European Framework for Interoperability, Skills and Competencies is relatively new, it has not been assessed yet how this could be incorporated in public administrators, and also how can this be reused. So for this reason, today we would like to present you a proposal, a methodological proposal for this integration and for the assessment of its effectiveness in public administrations. And we're going to look at this proposal through the lenses of the dynamic capabilities theory. And this is because this theory, it has the potential to adapt and shift the digital governance through its foundation in public administrations. So our research objective, as stated before, could be the application of the framework. However, given that research, or the majority of research, has already focused on how public administrations work at EU level or at national level, we would like to bring it one step further and look at the local level. So how is the situation, and what is the capacity for training, skills and competencies training in relation to interoperability at European local level? And therefore, we would seek the feedback of public administration managers. Now, you might be wondering what are the benefits and which is the reason for going back to the local level. So there are three key beneficiaries for focusing on the local government. First of all, the civil servants themselves by reinforcing the processes of internal learning and focusing on interoperability. Secondly, the Interoperability Academy, because it would allow us to gather insight from the people who are actually dealing every day with matters that relate to interoperability. And finally, the European Commission as a whole, and perhaps more the digit that it has the relative department, as it's going to gain some feedback on how to monitor the development of organizational interoperability. So what we propose is the following: a stepwise approach with a case study as an empirical inquiry within a real-life context. So we would reach out to different local governments, perhaps even Greece, and speak with organizations, different organizations, and pick the ones that they deal with interoperability matters. And within these organizations, speak with the people responsible that everyday interoperability is part of their job description, or they have to fulfill a specific task in relation to interoperability. And then we would start our proper case study with a representative sample size. So we propose to create an assessment tool that is going to evaluate civil servants' interoperability skills and competencies following the principles that the European Framework for Interoperability Skills and Competencies dictates. So these skills would be measured at the beginning, so the current state, and at the end of the case study. In between, civil servants will be asked to successfully complete the EIF, so the European Interoperability Framework e-learning course. This course is currently hosted on Interoperability Academy. And the reason we selected this course for our case study is twofold. So first of all, the course is offering the core principles of interoperability and raises awareness of how interoperability could be implemented in public organizations, but also a big part of the course is focused on concrete examples and good practices from the implementation of EIF around the EU, so at member states. Therefore, we truly believe that civil servants could have acquired a deeper understanding in matters that relate to interoperability. And upon the successful completion, their skills and competencies would be evaluated again. And at this point, we're going to assess whether there is a knowledge gap and what sort of training could be performed. So the key questions that we would like to address through this assessment is starting from the basics. Which are the skills and competencies civil servants currently possess in relation to interoperability? Is there a knowledge gap after the successful completion of EIF? And if so, what type of training would it be required in order to acquire these sort of specialized skills and competencies? And finally, how could advanced digital skills and competencies training could be incorporated in public administrations? So this research or this proposed methodology could bring us invaluable input, not only for the potential customization of the European framework of interoperability skills and competencies, but also for the tailoring and the adaptation of the Interoperability Academy curriculum. And there are different aspects that someone would consider about the added value of the practical application of this framework in public organizations. But for us, the key aspect and the key added value is that through this proposed study, we would be setting interoperability at the heart of digital governance, as we would be addressing one of the key challenges on the 21st century. How could we assess and evaluate and how could we bridge the digital skills gap in the public administrations? And this could be achieved by enabling the application and the high reusability of the framework within public administrations, in every public administration within Europe, by encouraging civil servants to attend relative trainings on interoperability skills and on advanced digital skills, but also by ensuring that there is a rigorous self-assessment before the training, after the training, in order to ensure the customization of the learning path for each civil servant. And in the long term, what we would like to achieve from all this process is to empower civil servants at all member states to create a more seamless user journey. So this is our proposal, and hopefully we will follow through, and next time we would have even more results to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. We have already one hand raised, so please, Yanis, if you want, you can proceed.
Yeah.
What's the meaning of your expression?
Skills. I thought by the title that at a certain point we will see the skills.
That they would acquire or that they currently have? What do you mean?
I mean, you did research, you did study. Where are the skills? I thought we would see a kind of list, a taxonomy, something. Maybe you can show us even outside there.
Thank you very much for the question, Professor Yannis. So as we said, this is still in process. So you will see the skills here. Of course, this is a proposal. Oops, here. So this is the skills defined in different categories, but this taxonomy didn't came up because we thought, it was based also on other studies and frameworks that are out there. For instance, I don't remember now by heart, I remember the ESCO, United Nations, the OECD, and several research that was done already about this work. So we took all the research that was out there related to digital skills. So we try to identify everything that was in the grey literature, if I pronounce it correctly, to add it there. So I don't know if this is answer your question, but this is an effort still. This is not yet final. This is a first step.
This is the time to discuss on this, because since it's not yet final,
this is final. This was already published, but the proposal is not yet final.
is there another level, lower level? I read hard skills. Okay, attitudes can be for anyone. Flexible, enthusiastic, responsible, persistent, efficient, innovative. This can apply for ICT guys, can apply for peasants, can apply for doctors, for anyone. But I go to the hard skills, digital information skills, because I'm asking because I'm interested in to see what kind of taxonomies are there. So you say digital information skills, the first in the hard skills. Is there a lower level?
You mean if we broke it down?
Yes.
At the moment, no, because we try to identify the basic one, the horizontal one, but it's something that we want to do in collaboration with experts, because we are not only the only one, so we wanted to collaborate with other experts to find also and make it more in other levels, but also it was in our intention to tackle all profiles, not to be in one profile only like doctors or lawyers. So we wanted to have a horizontal approach because it will be for the public administration, so the profiles are really different.
If it is for the doctors, it's not a good thing. That's what I'm saying, because here we're talking about interoperability skills and competencies. And then at the hard skills, which should be the core, because attitudes is for anyone. Soft skills is for anyone. Also. So the hard skills is probably the case.
I think
Konstantina, maybe you can use the microphone.
The more appropriate person to respond to your question or give a bit more insight is our colleague Cesar, that we co-authored the paper with.
So, okay, let me say the question so that we see the skills.
Yeah.
Because this is the point of the discussion, to assist you understand. I would expect, but maybe I'm wrong, in the hard skills, the word interoperability to be there. Otherwise, these 6 terms, digital information, research skills, reviewing skills, IT skills, financial and management skills, very well for Dimitris, which is not an interoperability guy, and is dealing with computer spreadsheets. He's making Excel. You see, it has to be specific at a certain point. Otherwise, if it's too generic, it's for anyone. You see, maybe in the knowledge element, you have some points there, interoperability, framework knowledge, national interoperability knowledge, which is fine. This is the kind of thing that make this taxonomy and interoperability. The attitudes and the soft skills, and I think I've seen that under
Yes.
preparation, and I have expressed the
Yes,
same
you did.
again. This is so generic. That is for anyone. A flexible, enthusiastic, responsible, persistent, efficient, innovative, service-oriented, results-oriented, evidence-based, and cultural open public servant can work in the taxonomy or in the.
Thank you very, very much for this. And also, yes, one moment, please. One moment. I think we mentioned it in the beginning. So, if, as we said, if we dare to say international.
We need to move on. Yes, we could be here reflecting around.
Interoperability or its elements should appear here a lot more. This is a kind of passepartout thing for everyone.
Thank you for your
Know
proposal.
the ingredients, and they need to appear.
Okay, we now need to move on with the next presentation by Hamed. We had one hand raised there, but I think we need to move on. And at the end, if we have time, I'll give you the word, okay? Okay, the title of the next presentation is Municipal Platforms, an investigative study from a Norwegian municipality. Hamed, if you please make it for 15 minutes, we would appreciate.
I would like to thank you all for being over here. Actually, the presentations and the conference in general I have learned a lot from it. I myself have the same questions of the conference. And each session has taught me a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. And I've met like great thinkers and leaders through this conference. So I'm really glad to be here to present my approach. So because I'm from an architectural engineering background and I'm doing PhD in computer science. So I had this big question, how digitalization is linked to the urbanization and public administration. It's a lot of question going around into my research. So I started my research in Norway, in a city named Ålesund. It's in the west coast of Norway. It's the city where they investigate and test the national KPIs for the ITU. And they used these KPIs in Ålesund, and then they replicated the KPI assessments all over the other cities as well. And they are like benchmarking between the different cities of Norway. So I have been into the municipality of Ålesund. I wanted to investigate the platforms being used because it's also a topic of ITU that they are having a study group that is focused on municipal platforms or platforms for smart cities. So I wanted to see how the platforms are being used there. So the research aims to investigate a Norwegian municipality as a case study upon its use of digital platforms for governing city operations. And Norwegian municipalities set citizens at the center of their governance models. So they focus on the citizens up to an amount of detail that I've never seen before, actually. And that inspires me that the Scandinavian countries, and especially Norway, has a specific focus on the citizens and how they engage with them. Like they have a lab that is open for the public so that they can come and talk with the public officers and discuss what they need and their ideas. It's very top, bottom, bottom, down approach. It's like, it's very nice. So my research questions for this case study was what measures are needed to prioritize investments on municipal platforms, and what platforms do the case study municipality use for its public service toward governing a smart, sustainable city, and what are the focus areas required to improve municipal performance and services, and what are the ownership formats preferred by the case study municipality. So these questions are like, what is the ecosystem? How it's like inside the municipality? So what platforms do they have? And how do they decide upon them? And what are the effective measures for that? So the research methodology, I have done a narrative literature review. I've gone through different documents from the gray literature and academic literature, like from 1985 to recently. So I have been through the literature, and I have seen also that a semi-structured interview methodology would be the best way to to understand how the decision makers like govern the municipality using the digital platforms. So in the literature, the municipal sustainability is prospected to be based on its ability to obtain innovative solutions, digital tools and platforms that enhance the process of informed decision making, and raising excellence in public service provision, and monitoring control of regional conditions as a triple bottom line dimension: social, environmental, and cultural. So according to ITU, the definition of a smart city platforms are digital components that aim to build capacity on top of standards, mechanisms, services, guidelines, and tools to enable interoperability. They deliver strong positive local impacts and are referred as to systems of systems. So again, I have been through the literature review from three viewpoints: the human-centric models of cities, and smart cities as an enterprise and as a business model, and the smart city platforms. So you can, I would love to have your feedback when you read the paper, and give me your perspectives on it, on these views. So there were different investment formats in the literature on how to adopt the platforms. So mainly there are three, like public-private partnerships and private funded and crowd-funded platforms. And examination of the partnership formation is defined as examination of service diversity or focus driven either by the city itself or outside providers using open data. So the boundary for the ownership schemes is regulatory capabilities and the available sources of funding. So I've interviewed 11 professionals, decision makers at the municipality, from the Technology and Innovation Department and the Procurement Department, Documentation Center, Geographic Information Department, and Strategic Management Department, Human Resources, Communication Department, and Culture and Citizen Department, and as well the Municipal Director staff and the Environmental and Urban Development Department. So I have gone through the areas, the municipal areas. This is how the municipality is structured. They have three levels: the political level and the steering levels. So the municipal council is formed of politicians who take decisions upon the municipality action plans, and the councillor leads different municipal area chiefs who lead different municipal area managers and there are like middle managers, and each middle manager has his own stuff. And I thought that it's vertical or horizontal, but it's really collaborative and cross-collaborative between departments when you see it, how they are doing it. So, and the measures for improving municipal platforms, I have asked them. I have had interviews with them. So the main three measures that need to be focused upon are the digital transformation, citizen engagement, and improving the municipal structure. And I have asked them also what are the focus areas for governing the platforms in the city. So for example, like they need to introduce new municipal products and services. They need to avoid overlapping between the platforms, and they need to have streamlined processes between the departments, which I've been also through the documents of the municipality as well, and they have like a very nice vision for the future based on the sustainable development goals. And after that, after I have collected the needs or the focus areas, so I have ranked them. So to prioritize what are the exact needs and what are the decision-making needs. So I have also been through each platform, like to see how the platforms are functioning and see how they are integrated together. And I've seen a lot of impressive features, but at the same time, going back to the interoperability, it was highly demanded. There was a fragmentation between the functions and the data and even the departments. So so the platforms were like strategic planning and management. This is a platform specified how to plan like for the fiscal year of the municipality, and having like it has a plan disk format, so based on ISO standards, and it's digitalized. And there is geographical information system, which has a lot of nice features. It's engaging the citizens as well, using different processes. And you can see, for example, the building permits. You can see different interactive data on the platform. And you have a citizen engagement and communication and collaboration website, where they bought the initiatives, where they bought the discussions between the citizens as well. And there is a municipal archive platform, and the municipal archive has different platforms that are divided. They are not linked together into one platform. So there were like previous data that were not being used in the new platform, so they had to like do a lot of effort to move this data to the new platform. And also a quality insurance and auditing platform, and knowledge sharing platform, and also a human resources and management platform, a crisis management platform, procurement and purchasing, and the municipal website itself was really nice and has an engaging feature for engaging features for the citizens as well. And they have what they call enterprise system, which was under development. It's like a combination of some other platforms for the procurement, but it's not a complete enterprise system. And they have an intranet system where each worker can do a lot of casework through the intranet system. And there is a facilities management platform and communication and collaboration platform as well. But the communication and collaboration platforms were were basically not developed locally, or like it was not unified. It was like Teams, Skype, and different platforms. So I have asked them what are the most preferred investment and development formats. It's the public-private partnerships for the platforms. And they said that the public should act private and the private should act public in means of freeing the behavioral boundaries between both through ensuring corporate social responsibility. So, and that means that like the private companies which develop the solutions should engage the citizens more, and as well the public when they develop the solutions and platforms, they should have some return out of it to improve the services of the city. There should be a balance between them. So I tried to model the behavior of the unification, because I think that the main finding of my investigation is that there is a need for unification. There is a need for a unified municipal platform, one platform that does everything. That's how I've seen it, because there is a lot of data, that is a lot of providers and different users. It's very complex actually to have different systems, and you need only one system that is fitted to the users. So in this model, the behavioral model, I have a backbone. So this backbone, you have a vision, and based on that vision that you want to achieve, you have to assess the situation as is. Because if you want to assess the situation as is, you have to map the diffused platforms that you have. This is in first. And then if you have municipal areas which are physical and virtual. I hope that I'm are you keeping up with me? I'm sorry, I'm taking a long time. You have municipal areas which are physical and virtual. Because as we have seen last year, like there are some municipal areas that have been performing virtually as well, completely. So they have to invest and collaborate on the fused platforms that improve the physical presence of the municipal areas as well as the virtual side of it. Mainly the stakeholders that use these platforms are businesses, the private businesses in the city, and the enterprises. By enterprises here I mean the municipal enterprises, because in Norway you have like different enterprises that has been developed by the municipality itself to offer services to the public as well. And the citizens, the politicians, and social workers, these are the stakeholders. And we have the triple bottom line elements, the economic, environmental, and social. So I have modeled the relations which I have identified through the research, the case study research between each of the elements. So I can progress later on my research. So I have a proposal from different readings and meeting with the decision makers. So I have a proposal for a unified municipal platform. I think it shouldn't be only digital, it should be physical as well. So we have to think about the workplace in first stance, and then we have to make a unified municipal platform. So for the unified municipal platform, may I have the...
I'm not sure you can take that with you.
We can, yeah, I can take the mic.
I don't think so.
Okay, so I don't know where's the pointer.
We need to wrap up quickly.
Usually you need to have a communication infrastructure which is wired or wireless in the city. And then you should have a big data collection in the back end of the unified municipal platform. So you have a stakeholders space which has all the stakeholders which have presented a few seconds ago, and the physical devices space, and the regulatory and legislative space, And there is the microspace, which I mean on the urban level, the buildings. And then you have the community space and mesospace, like campuses and universities, or like spaces in between the buildings and urban level. So you have to collect data, big data from these spaces. And then these spaces has to be, spaces data has to be diversed like through these systems. And then there has to be a middleware to link with the unified municipal platform, which I think should be like a data center. The municipalities should be like a data center somehow, but still I didn't investigate the best way to have a physical presence of the municipality yet. So, and that's what I mean by workspace typologies, because we are seeing how the work functions are being changed. So if we can just classify as well the workspace typologies and link with the systems and then link with the spaces, so you can have different use cases and behaviors as well. So if you can collect these behaviors and like use cases, you can come up with the accustomed interfaces for each of the users. So you have an operational interface and tactical interface and strategic interface, and each of the interfaces serve a specific stakeholder, specific purpose, and decision maker. And of course, to integrate the citizens, we have to have a CRM interface so that it links up with the other interfaces. And I've considered the citizens, they have to have also a specific interface that shows how the data is being handled in the municipality. So through this unified municipal platform, there has to be some visualization technologies and like the use of AI and virtual reality and machine learning and data analysis, so to improve the findings of each interface and the experience that they should have with the data. And through that, there will be reports coming out from the municipal platform, environmental, social, economic, and they have to be like automated format, because we have collected the use cases and behavioral space, and we will have like specific reporting system that can be unified between the municipalities. So if we have this unified municipal platform, not only applied in Norway in a city or like in Greece or in Egypt or whatever, if we have this unified municipal platform, like on every city, we can have unified reporting between the cities. And that's like improving the knowledge sharing between the cities and also their performance. And that's it for my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yes.
I am.
Thank you so much, Hamed. Thank you. We could spend the 20 minutes analyzing this slide and the model that you propose, but we can now take one question. We are running out of time. Does anyone want to? Yes, please.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So we have one suggestion here about ways to move forward. Thank you so much, Hamed. We can continue the discussion in the afternoon, but now we have two videos to see from authors that unfortunately cannot join us today. And I'm going to play the next video about e-government strategies evaluation. This is a qualitative comparative analysis on e-government strategic objectives over the years by the European Commission and the Greek government. So we are now playing the video. Paper session 13, number 5. Yeah.
At the Economic Department of the University of Piraeus in Greece. My PhD thesis is on digital transformation of Greek municipalities. In that context, my key supervisor, Professor Polalis, and I conducted this research on the government strategies evaluation in order to provide a comparative analysis on the government strategic objectives set over the years by the European Commission and the Greek government. The latest government benchmark report 2020 measures 4 dimensions in order to measure the digitalization and the penetration of the government. The dimension of user centricity is based on the service availability, the availability of support and feedback, and the mobile friendliness. The second dimension of transparency is measured based on the transparency in service delivery, in public administration, and in personal data. The dimension of cross-border mobility is based on the online availability of services, the availability of support and feedback, and the cross-border eID and e-documents. According to the government benchmark report 2020, on average, the EU seems to have achieved a very high score in user centricity, 87% to be exact, while in the other 3 dimensions, the EU 27 plus UK seems to be in the middle of the journey. Transparency 66%, cross-border mobility 61%, and key enablers 56%. However, according to the same document, it seems that Greece lacks in both penetration, 30% for Greece and 60% for the EU 27 plus UK, and digitalization, 43% for Greece and 72% for the EU 27 plus UK. Overall, the Greek government seems to underperform in most of the dimensions measured by the EU benchmark report 2020. Taking a closer look in the metrics, we can observe that the Greek government is very close to the total average of the EU on the user centricity, 85%, while in the other dimensions it has underperformed. Specifically, transparency 48%, cross-border mobility 40%, and key enablers 34%. The purpose of the study is to address the questions of what strategic objectives have been addressed by both institutions, what models have been followed, in what way these models have affected the findings of the EU benchmark, e-government benchmark report 2020. To answer these questions, we provide a better understanding of the barriers, the impact, and the dimension of e-government by taking a closer look at the definition of e-government provided by the UN. According to this definition, e-government is the use of ICTs to more effectively and efficiently deliver government services to citizens and businesses. It is the application of ICT in government operation, achieving public ends by digital means. The underlying principle of a government supported by an effective governance institutional framework is to improve the internal workings of the public sector by reducing financial costs and transaction times, to better integrate workflows and processes and enable effective resource utilization across the various public sector agencies, aiming for sustainable solutions. Through innovation and governments around the world can be more efficient, provide better services, respond to the demands of citizens for transparency and accountability, be more inclusive, and thus restore the trust of citizens in their governments. The dimensions and impact of a government will derive from this definition. Specifically, we can identify three dimensions: the technological, the internal processes, and the dimension of citizens. While in terms of impact, we can see the government that the government affects citizens, as well as affects internal efficiency and performance. In terms of barriers on the government adoption, previous researches have concluded that the barriers lie upon the dimensions of a government. An interesting research is that of Aon and Marget, who analyzed the barriers of the European Commission's I-2010 e-government action plan. They identified 6 barriers, including leadership failures, financial inhibitors, digital divide, poor coordination, lack of trust, poor technical design. In the literature review, we identified 3 main frameworks of e-government development. The first framework that has been implemented successfully in the UK is the one focusing on the provision of public digital services first. The reasoning is that by providing the services first, the internal operation will have to follow the transformation process, as there is no other alternative. The second framework follows a more traditional approach by starting from a robust, well-structured national digital strategy in order to establish a vision and overcome the cultural barrier first. Such approach sets an organized process of the steps to be followed at the national level. The third framework is the OECD, which sets a clear 6 steps process, beginning with incorporating digital in the policy life cycle, use data for the information of public policy, build the government as a platform, become open by default, follow a user-driven approach, and finally act proactively. For the analysis of the strategy proposed by the European Commission and the strategy implemented by the Greek government over the years, we examined the publicly available documents from 2006 until 2020. The Greek government started the digital transformation the same year with the European Commission. However, it is important to mention that the data examined by the Greek government digital strategy are from 2011 to 2020 due to the unavailability of previous statements on the World Wide Web. Specifically for the methodology, we employed an open coding technique based on the ground theory. Through this technique, we identified 12 concepts. We quantified the concepts by assigning a weight of 1 or 0 if they were addressed by the documents, and we unified the concept into 5 broad categories. Then we summed up the concept's weight included in each category. Our findings reveal that in the Greek documents, a special focus was paid on the administrative efficiency and transparency. The sum is 9. And the digital enablers, the sum is 4. On the other hand, the documents of 7 European Commission strategic documents from the years 2006 to 2020 showed that inclusive citizen-centric digital services, total sum 14, are of special interest for the European Commission, along with the administrative efficiency and transparency, total sum 9. At the next step, we performed a chronological examination of the strategic documents and the strategic objective shifts over the years for Greece and the European Commission. The first chart reveals that the importance of administrative efficiency and transparency and the digital enablers through the years. An interesting finding is that the objective of inclusive citizen-centric digital services, e-democracy, and unified interoperability framework and security have sporadically been addressed through the years. The second chart shows that through all strategic plans, the inclusive-centric, citizen-centric digital services are of high priority for the European Commission, while e-democracy has a sporadic presence, mostly during the first year of digital strategy formation. The findings presented above are generic as they pay attention to the direction that the digital strategic objectives of the European Commission and the Greek governments are following. The European Commission seems to propose the government development model implemented in the UK, which focused on strategic government transformation from the provision of social services. The underlying logic of starting an organization transformation from customer experience is that the internal operation and the human resources will need to accept and follow the transformation wave. On the other hand, the Greek government started this digitalization strategy with the provision of inclusive citizen-centric digital services, like the European Commission proposed, but afterwards it focused on the administrative efficiency and transparency and the digital enablers. Another contradiction between the Greek digital agenda and the EU benchmark, e-government benchmark report 2020 is that even if the Greek government targets digital enablers for many years now, it significantly underperforms in comparison with the average EU score, as well as the inclusive citizen-centric services, which is not consistently under the scope of Greek agenda. Overall, comparing the government transformation models proposed by the previous research, the Greek government seems to follow the OECD framework, as it proposed to build a government as a platform first, and then follow a user-driven approach. So this shift may be a data-informed decision based on the implementation barriers they faced through the years and the latest e-government framework. The conducted research offers many valuable inputs and raises awareness on many issues that have to be further investigated in the future. First of all, the methodology implemented allowed the researchers to get a deeper understanding of the themes that the government strategy addresses when it comes to large multinational institutions like the European Commission, as well as a national government like Greece. The themes that arose were the inclusive citizen-centric digital services, digital enablers, administrative efficiency and transparency, e-democracy, unified interoperability framework, and security. Both institutions have a focus on promoting efficiency and administrative transparency and developing digital enablers. However, they differ in the priority of inclusive citizen-centric digital services. This is the first priority for the European Commission, but it comes in the third position in the Greek government's digital agenda, along with the democracy. Overall, considering the EU-EGOV benchmark report 2020 findings and the differences observed between the proposed strategies over the years and the results achieved, it seems that targeting for inclusive citizen-centric digital services first can exponentially increase the e-government transformation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question or comment, I will be more than glad to address it. You can contact me anytime through my email. Thank you.
Great that we have a channel for communication. And now we move on to the last presentation of this session. It is entitled Leadership and Trust as Key Pillars in Smart Governance for Inclusive Growth in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Evidence from South Africa. And we will have the video from Mormanda.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mo Ikson Manda from the Manufacturing, Engineering and Related Services sector in South Africa, as well as the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. My topic today that I'm going to discuss with you is looking at leadership and trust as key pillars in smart governance for inclusive growth, particularly in the fourth industrial revolution. And we are using South Africa as a case study. South Africa is a developing country in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, that has embraced, digital transformation, or the fourth industrial revolution, is quite key in advancing the inclusive growth agenda. I'm going to unpack the research purpose and the questions. What is it that we are trying to achieve from the study? A review of literature and theoretical framing, because the study, as you'll notice in the methodology, it relies quite a lot in terms of literature that has been done in this interesting area of smart governance, digital transformation, the fourth industrial revolution, as well as then discussing the results in terms of the gist, what came out of the study, as well as the conclusion. So looking at our introduction, where did this study really come from? It's the recognition of the fact that the fourth industrial revolution is among us, and it has brought with it so many socioeconomic challenges as well as opportunities. And it's really about how does leadership, particularly in government, in business, leverage some of those opportunities whilst addressing some of the challenges, which is why leadership is quite central in this study. Especially in the fourth industrial revolution, looking at developing countries like South Africa, how do they transition to becoming smart governments, who govern smartly, which is the key theme that we are looking at today in terms of smart governance as key in unlocking the success of the fourth industrial revolution. So what South Africa has done, it has identified three key pillars to inform its approach in terms of transforming South Africa into a digital society, not just a digital society, but an inclusive digital society. The three key pillars are: one, a recognition that government needs to transform. That is digital transformation of government, so that it can fulfill its developmental objective and increase, efficiency across the public service. We know that in most countries, particularly in developing countries like South Africa, the public service is always found wanting when it comes to advancing the development agenda. Digital access, in terms of ensuring that, citizens can participate fully in the digital society, so that they can, realize the full potential of the fourth industrial revolution. Digital inclusion as well, to ensure that no South African citizen is excluded from the benefits of a digital economy, because South Africa, unfortunately, has a history of exclusion of certain groups, in social as well as economic activities. So it has identified the issue of digital inclusion as key. Coming back to the purpose of this study, which in a way I've already, introduced, as well as the questions, it's really about exploring the role of smart governance in South Africa's digital transformation journey in support of its goal of inclusive growth. And I think the key word there for me is inclusive growth as well as transformation. How do we grow? How do we develop as a country? By ensuring that we take everyone along with us. South Africa having a history of being the most unequal society. Those are some of the things that we need to tackle. Then in terms of the research questions, what are the factors for strengthening smart governance in 4IR? And hence I had to do quite an extensive search of literature and review of literature, as well as basing some evidence from this case study to come to those factors that will be unpacked later, including the proposed model. In terms of from the review of literature, there's an interesting table, as you can see on the screen, that is sort of like summarizing some of these factors of smart governance. This is identified by Chorube et al. And is actually confirmed even in terms of some of the literature that I reviewed. Three themes came through from Choribe and Al, and just one extra theme that wasn't covered, which is really trust. So leadership and governance, looking at issues of accountability, transparency and leadership. And this is where especially governments in developing countries like South Africa are often found wanting when it comes to issues of leadership and governance. Issues around integration, interoperability and collaboration, where fragmentation of systems, planning, poor coordination and collaboration has really compromised the ability of governments to implement some of those initiatives that are meant to benefit their citizens. Digital technologies and infrastructure, because of the challenges that Africa faces, including South Africa, poor infrastructure development, including technology, we found, or I found that this is also an area looking at our digital maturity that we still need to work on. Issues of trust, quite key in terms of be it from a political, legislative or regulative, as well as that cohesion that is quite needed, socially, politically, in terms of implementing be it programs as well as initiatives that are meant to advance the inclusive growth agenda. The methodology that was followed, I think I've already mentioned that this is a case study of South Africa's fourth industrial revolution journey, relied quite heavily on an extensive review of literature around smart governance, as well as developments around digital transformation, as well as the fourth industrial revolution. And so what I did, I then used quite a lot, because there's a lot that has been written, documents, strategies, as well as policies, government discussions around developments around issues of governance, as well as issues of the digital transformation in South Africa in terms of its response to the fourth industrial revolution. Discussion of results, quite key. Four issues, or the four themes that we identified in literature, were then used to sort of like inform our discussion as we frame our theory, or in preparation to propose the model that I'll unpack later. Digital technologies and infrastructure, where issues around inclusion and access remain quite central in the successful transformation to digital societies, especially in countries like South Africa, which is still a developing country. We've seen this especially with the impact of the COVID pandemic, which we are still in the midst of, where the digital gap or the divide, was quite widened. When countries had to go on lockdown, learning activities, for example, were disrupted. Those that had access, to resources, to the infrastructure and the technologies, they could connect and continue with their lives. But those that were not in a position, to access the infrastructure and technology were therefore excluded. Leadership and governance, I found transformational leadership as well as ethical leadership as quite pivotal in driving the inclusive growth agenda. Digital transformation, the fourth industrial revolution, those are still new concepts. It's innovation. So it means that we need that kind of visionary leadership that can, transform South Africa from what it is, or other developing countries, as well as ethical leadership, because you see that as we go along, issues of trust are also quite key, which mean that ethical leadership is quite key, because some of the challenges that we've been facing in South Africa, including right now in the midst of the pandemic, was due to unethical leadership, where some of the political heavyweights have misappropriated, state funds that were meant for COVID relief, as well as programs aimed at enhancing, including digital communications, around the COVID pandemic. Also, quite key is really the issue of collaboration, interoperability, and integrations, of systems and services, especially in government, where we find a lot of fragmentation, which makes it difficult to achieve the vision of an inclusive and smart, digital society. So the implementation of initiatives aimed at promoting South Africa's successful transition will rely heavily on collaboration, partnerships, coordination, be it in planning, as well as the actual implementation of some of these shared or common goals. So in the South African context, the goal of eliminating poverty and and inequality resonates with many. Fostering, trusting relations among key stakeholders is very essential. Citizen participation, engagement, collaboration is therefore very key in achieving that. Then also trust, which in a way I've already unpacked. It really has a huge impact in the participation of key role players in the transformation initiatives or agenda. And in the absence of these trusting relations, unfortunately, most of these initiatives usually fail. In South Africa, trust among social partners, governments and citizens and business have been dented, by the lack of ethical leadership, which we've unpacked, corruption, as well as lack of accountability. And this has been shadowed by corruption scandals related to state procurement of COVID-19 related services, something that, I've already mentioned. So therefore, corruption, unfulfilled promises, and dishonesty from political leadership has decreased trust and increased resistance to some of these initiatives. And in South Africa, what we are saying that government has not just lost trust from citizens, but even from some of its social partners, civil society, as well as business, in terms of who have really started to question the ability of government, to fulfill their obligations or their mandate in terms of their constitutional mandate. So corruption, self-interest in government and business as witnessed, in the ongoing, state capture inquiries, where a lot of government as well as private, the so-called political elite, have been implicated in a lot of scandals related to corruption, diversion of funds that are meant to benefit, South African citizens. Then looking at the proposed model, we've identified 3 key pillars of smart governance, as well as trust as the 4th pillar that really forms the foundation, where we are saying, as unpacked already in the study, leadership and governance, integration, interoperability, collaboration, and digital technologies and infrastructure have been identified as quite key. And we are saying that trust is really that glue that holds key economic, social, political institutions, during transformation, and not just the institutions, but also the people that are supposed to participate in some of those initiatives. So we are saying that for smart governance to be strengthened, especially in the 4th Industrial Revolution, we recognize the fact that leadership and governance in driving that agenda, vision setting, goal setting, ensuring that, the resourcing, the capabilities are there. Proper management of resources is quite key. Integration, interoperability, and collaboration. The inclusive growth agenda, especially in the 4th Industrial Revolution, is not something that government or a government department can do on their own. So integration, interoperability, and collaboration is quite key. And the integration of the different systems and mechanisms and services are also quite key, because the digital transformation agenda, unfortunately, is not something that can be driven by one facet. It has many facets and components to it, not just the technology. There is the social, there is the human aspect to it, which is also quite key. Digital technologies, like I said, and infrastructure is also quite key. We've experienced this firsthand in South Africa, where as a result of the COVID pandemic, that exclusion of certain sections of society, who couldn't access certain resources and technologies, and therefore were excluded from social as well as economic activities, including schooling and the like. So in our conclusion, so we are saying that South Africa, like many countries, has identified the digital transformation of government, business, and society as central in its economic development agenda, especially in the 4th Industrial Revolution. The success of this so-called digital-driven 4IR requires that developing countries, as well as other countries, adopt smart governance principles to address institutional weaknesses like we have experienced in South Africa, loss of public trust as well as poor collaboration. Transformational leadership and ethical leadership are therefore pivotal in driving the desired change, fostering trust, political and social cohesion, and collaboration in driving the inclusive growth agenda in the fourth industrial revolution. And this has been reiterated really by the COVID crisis, where the importance of leadership, trusting relations, integration and interoperability, and collaboration in responding to the citizens' economic needs in the fourth IR has become quite key. Technology alone is therefore not adequate. Thank you so much, everyone. My contact details are all on the screen. Thank you once more.
Okay, this was the last presentation of this panel. I propose that we finish here and go for lunch. But let's just give a round of applause for all the presentations and we continue in the afternoon.
Right, so good evening, everyone. Although there are some people outside still having coffee, etc., and discussions, I think we could start now, and people will join us if they wish later. So welcome to this session 15. This is actually the third session of the 7th track of UNU-EGOV, which is related with digital transformation of public services and administration. This track was chaired by me. My name is Themis Tambouris. I'm a professor at the University of Macedonia of Professor of Electronic Government at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece, 500 kilometers north from here. And the other co-chair is Teresa Pardo, which you most probably know. She's with Albany University at New York, but she couldn't attend, so I will do this, the chairing of this session on my own. So in this session we have 3 live presentations and 2 videos, which is a bit better than the first one, which was, we had only just 1 live presentation. And therefore, with no delay, I would like to give the floor to the first presenter, who is going to tell us about how we can overcome challenges in the silver economy. How? By connecting services in the Silver Hub. So, please.
Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm Erik Angilaski, and I'm from TalTech, Tallinn University of Technology, which is in Estonia. And I'm going to talk about article Overcoming Challenges in the Silver Economy by Connecting Services in the Silver Hub, which is the tool to provide the basis for the innovative solutions. And we are in cooperation with 4 authors. So I'm going to talk about why Silver Hub is needed, what is the Project O series, about the features and architecture of Silver Hub, and some challenges that we have had. So the big problem is population aging that we are trying to solve in one way. It began in Europe decades ago, and means that there are more elderly people and less working age population. So this means again that the people that are working need to work more, and there are more persons that require pensions and help. And from our project, one task was to find a solution how to help the people work help themselves more easily. And because in 2025, every second people in Baltic countries is older than 60. So, about Interact Baltic Sea Region project with O series. It started in 2019, and the task was to support the smart specialization approach in the silver economy to increase regional innovation capacity and sustainable growth. And it was planned to last 2 years, but due to the COVID-19 restrictions, it was extended for 1 more year. So there's final last 2 months. And it consists of 6 countries: Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Denmark, and Russia, and has 6 work packages that are doing different tasks. But I'm going to talk about the last one, which is the one I belong to. About the 6th work package. It's covered by TalTech in Estonia, which is because Estonia is known as a digital leader in both private and public sector in governance domain. And our task was to prepare a web-based portal where all project outcomes could be easily consumed by the main identified stakeholders. These are academias, businesses, senior citizens, and policymakers. And to get the initial guidelines for the framework, we conducted semi-structured interviews, then coded the data, and did again some interviews, workshops to check over the requirements. And we began with the waterfall method, which was a requirement from the project proposal. And what we did was the web page silverhub.eu, where our all work packages outcomes would be published. And at the beginning of our work package, we declared our mission and vision statements and introduced them to other work packages. And our vision is to support the life cycle of innovative solutions to tackle aging challenges and to enhance silver economic growth opportunities in the Baltic Sea region. And our mission was to have a collaborative virtual hub that supports creation, deployment, and publishing the innovative solutions to generate economic growth by using smart specialization approach. But soon it turned out that the project management team was simply looking for an environment to publish results and to communicate with others. So the services that we understood should be going to there were not recommended to run in the platform. And we need to build up new customer journeys and lost several weeks. And therefore our work package was under continuous time pressure until we got information that the deadline where we should deliver the our part of the project is postponed by 1 year. And there were also a second challenge, which was related to the other work packages, which outcomes were sent to us, so we could upload them to our website, but they got delayed a lot, and had different new requirements for the system. So we decided to start using Scrum approach instead of the waterfall method. And about the website, how to connect our stakeholders. So in the top left, we have the idea that is from any people, any person, or maybe from academies also. Then as they have the idea, they talk to academies and try to find how to make the idea even better. And once they have the good idea, they go to our website to check if they need financial mechanisms to get the money, or do they need some partners or tools to make idea real. And once they have found the right info, they publish their service and list it on our Silver Hub website, where senior citizens could get information related to this. So, yep. And there's also possible for different countries to use the website. So if you want to expand to the new country, then the structure is similar, but also there are policymakers where you can see what the policies are currently, short links to there. And also policymakers themselves can find from the other countries services that they would like to see in theirs country also. And also we have a structure like this displayed here. Our website is mobile first approach, and the services are filterable by countries, tags, categories, and tags also means by stages. So if your idea is in the beginning, so you need financial partners, or you need tools, or you are ready to find clients, so you need senior citizens. And also there are forums, which are accessible if you have a created account and logged in, different pages and search engines. And also help website based on the MediaWiki system, and talk a script to chat with admins. And also there's admin portal. So to sum up, our project is going to end in 2 months, and quite happily. And we are just waiting now for one work package data. What to do next time better is to have better communication, have a holistic approach between our different work packages, and then it's all good, and we can start connect various stakeholders displayed in the slides. So thanks for listening, and welcome to visit our website.
Thank you very much. And so let's discuss about that, this idea. Anyone has a question? Yes, please.
Thank you. So thank you for your presentation. I wonder if you have tested your silver with actual users, and if you did, how did you do it? And if you didn't do it yet, how are you planning to do it?
We have tested it on our inside the project, and also there conducted the interviews and workshops to check what should be improved and what should be replaced.
Do you have any insights on that?
So we have the website that is up and running, but other things are, there's no websites for other.
So what could be improved from that testing?
Currently, as we are quite in the last phases, so there's not much to improve. For example, there are small minor things, to some filters to be displayed with the names or something like this. So.
Any other question? Yes, please.
Could you just talk about the decision to switch to Scrum from the original waterfall method, and how did that transition go, or what was kind of the thinking behind changing to that approach at the time?
As the waterfall method, it defines the working flow from the beginning, but we had every work package data that was sent to us was a bit different, so we needed to change the portal. This meant that we did it in sprints. So if we got new data, then we checked the portal architecture and changed a bit to support the data.
Okay. I was actually wondering also, what would you think are the main challenges for the success of your process? I mean, you saw a process which seems nice, but have you evaluated what are the risks and what are the foreseen challenges?
If to think about the current task, which is to provide the web page for the outcomes of other work packages, then there's only some risks of getting data too late. But to get users, it's more of marketing and communicating, because as it's a new website, then it's not widely known yet.
Okay. Any other question? No? So in that case, then thanks a lot once again. So we can move to the second paper. Second paper, actually, I'm going to present it. Yeah, so I'll change roles now. I'll shift to a presenter. Right. So this work is actually ongoing work. It was submitted under ongoing work, authored by me and my colleague Pantelis Antoniadis, who is from the Hellenic Open University. And I'm going to present you now Passport. And Passport is actually a chatbot which allows citizens to obtain information about getting a passport in Greece. And actually, I'm happy to say that yesterday we were informed that this is one of the nominations for best paper in that category, the ongoing work. So let's see what happens this evening. Right, so the rationale behind that. The rationale is, in general, there are websites about providing information about public services. And like, for example, for passport, we have in Greece passport.gov.gr, which has been actually also recently restructured and provides all information that you need regarding getting a passport, a Greek passport, more or less. So if we look at it in general, you know, those websites providing information about public services, they usually have information in a structured way. So they can say like the name of the service, the description of the service, the process behind the service, the cost of the service, the input documents required for getting that service, the output, etc. However, these mainly are when they're using, or they have plain text. So get information and then have to read everything, or they give you a link to the relevant legislation, and then it's even more difficult for someone to get information. But when they use something like a data model for structuring that information, this is most of the times an ad hoc model that the designer or the public servant gets out of his mind, and he thinks, this is the information that normally a citizen would like to see. And therefore there is some mental work of devising that model, and there are also issues with regards, like someone might forget something important, or interoperability issues if you want to get information from different websites that you don't have easily. The models cannot be interoperable. Another issue that exists with this kind of approach is that it rarely provides personalized information. And what do we mean by personalized? We mean that those websites normally they cover very nicely the most usual case. So most probably you want to have a new passport or renew the passport. Most probably you're an adult, you have no problems with the law, you have no problems with your fingerprints or your face, your photographs because of health issues. So everything is normal, and then it's quite straightforward. Problem arises when you start to want personalized information. So I'm not in this basic like 80% category, I'm in this unfortunate 20% where I have to I'm under circumstances, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult, because sometimes, like in passport.gov.gr, this information is provided, but it's difficult to understand. It's much more complex. It's not clear what input documents are needed. It's not clear what is the cost. So actually, I had a personal experience behind that. I wanted to get a passport for my son for traveling abroad, and seeing the different categories, passport for 5 years, for 3 years, for 1 year, passport for adults, passport for minors, childs. Okay, I went, children, I got the certificates, and then I went there and asked for a 1 year because it was only one trip. And they told me that, that's not possible. 1 year is a specific case where you can have a 1 year passport under very specific rules. So this was not actually evident in the website as it was structured, although I had to go to the law, which I didn't, of course, but I guess no one does. So providing personalized information is always an important factor, particularly for the public sector, that cannot really select the customers and neglect those that are outliers in a normal distribution of citizens. So in order to address those issues, the ISA Square program of the European Commission has actually introduced the family of core vocabularies. They were presented also yesterday in other sessions, also by ISA themselves, extending the core vocabularies. So there is this core public service vocabulary, the CPSV, which formulates a good basis. So if you want to provide information about public services, you don't want to think about the data model yourself. You go there and you get a model which is well thought and also standard in a sense that it is interoperable with other organizations that are using the same model, which is always a plus. Now, on the other hand, you know, on all that, if you consider that now chatbots are evolving in the private sector, and more often we visit a website and then we see a chatbot suggesting, do you want something? And then, you know, you have a human-like communication, which is not with a human, but actually with a bot. Then it seems natural that, you know, why don't we use also chatbots in the public sector? And of course, a lot of people have done that. But when we were doing that work, we find out that no one has done something that is based on CPSV. So they were using their own ad hoc models for getting information or unstructured basis, etc. So then our research question became quite clear after that, after this thinking. So we wanted to investigate whether it would be possible to rapidly build a chatbot which is text-based only, not speech, but just text, but also supports the Greek language, because of course we wanted to use that in Greece, and actually also be based on CPSV as an underlying model. So we had to, all this information about passport, we had to analyze the service and put it under the CPSV context. And of course, CPSV does not support personalized information itself, so we had to extend it somehow and see what happens. So, okay, I think the presentation is quite long, so I'm gonna skip some slides so that we don't lag behind time. But in general, what it says here that, you know, with public sector, we have transactional services, we have informational services, and clearly we are talking about informational services. When citizens want information, not the service itself, but information about the service in order to proceed to the next step, which is getting the transaction. So this is the CPSV model, actually. It has two obligatory, mandatory classes, the public service and the organization that provides the service, but also has a number of other classes, like the channel, output, evidence, which is the input document, cost, the life event that this public service belongs, etc. And of course, with chatbots, I think I'm gonna skip. So the first part was really to investigate all cases of getting a passport. So we did that, and then we find out that there are 4 different categories, main categories: issuing a new passport, renewing, replacing, and replacing in case of theft. The other replacing is because it expired. And we had also categories, subcategories based on age. We had adults, but then we have different cases. It's not all children are not the same. So we have like under 12, from 12, 13, 14, and over 14, but still minors, meaning below 18. And then we have other special categories, like the ones I suggested before. Like if you have a permanent resident in another country, then you are treated separately. If you haven't completed your military obligations, if you are a male, then you are treated differently, because military obligations for males in Greece is obligatory. And if you are convicted, then it's a different case. If you have a temporary ban on leaving the country, then you are under a special case, of course. And also, if there are some technical issues with the photo, like for example for health issues, then again. And then the complexity arises because you can combine all of these in all different ways. So I'm an adult, and I lost my passport, and I also have I'm living abroad, for example, or I'm living abroad, and also I have a temporary ban to leave the country, but I'm already abroad anyways. So you can think about all different combination, and I'm telling that so that we can understand that providing information for each case one by one is not feasible. Actually, we need a way to easily being able to combine all those information, and this is why we thought of a chatbot. So here what we had between 4 and 18 different input documents that someone had to provide depending on what situation he was under. We had, with regards to duration, we had 5 years, 3 years, 13 months, 8 months, 3 months. And the cost also depends on different other circumstances. So although issuing a passport seems a quite straightforward case, and it is for most people, it's the special cases that makes it interesting. And I think special cases, although we call them special, they are special cases, they're not that rare in the public sector. So our experience is that most of the public services, they do have this kind of special cases for under special circumstances, because of course they want to cover all different possibilities. So what we had to do first at the database, at the data model level, we had to enhance somehow the CPSV, because what we wanted is we wanted to push as much information as possible at the database level and not leave it for the chatbot to handle. So we enhanced the CPSV by including classes relevant and information relevant for question and answers. So we have here questions and answers as separate classes, and we have feedback as well. So this makes our model more suitable for chatbot. And this is something that CPSV also endorses. I mean, CPSV suggests that it is a basic model which is extendable, and you can, and they welcome extensions to fulfill your needs. So this was our need, so went like that. Then we had to select a development tool. We didn't want to do it from scratch. We wouldn't do it rapidly. So we evaluated some different alternatives, and our criteria was the support of the Greek language, of course, the support of rapid application development. We wanted to be free so that we don't have to pay for that, and open source. So after evaluation, we concluded that the RASA framework was suitable for our needs, so we selected that one. Then of course we created, we also decided that the data will be stored in a relational database. So we selected MySQL, which is an open source database management system. So we got all the information that we had from our analysis, and we used this model and create from this model a relational database schema, which included 48 relational tables in a database. And then we coded the question and answer dialogue, and for that we only needed like 12 questions from the chatbot in order to understand what is exactly your circumstances, or what would you need to provide. So our aim was to give information to citizens about input documents required, cost, and the most close to the address police office, passport office that they could submit their documents, because the documents in Greece are submitted to the police, but not every police station is a passport station. There are only a few per city that are doing this job. And we wanted this information to be provided to the citizen because it might be a long list to be also emailed to the citizen if the citizen wants to provide an email, a valid email address. So this is actually what came up out of it. And this is our architecture, which is very plain, very simple. We have an interface, a web interface. We have the chatbot engine, which was Rasa, actually, and then we have the data repository, which was supported by MySQL system. So I'm gonna go a little bit fast into those details. I mean, these are the technical issues of the implementation. I think you can read it in the paper if you are interested. So the system file formatting, the action classes, and then the code and all that. Yeah, okay. The chatbot features. It's a goal-oriented, recognizes Greeks, etc. We don't have any security, so there's no credentials to get in. It's for everyone, and you can use it like that. And then at the end, we have connected it to an email server so that you can get an email with the information that you retrieved. And we integrate it in a simple HTML website, and it looked like that at the beginning with a welcome message and giving some introductory test and asking for information. Now the citizen could provide information using plain text, and there was a small menu that they can also select what they want from the menu if they thought that this menu exactly fits their needs, or they want to go through the menu by point. We used a number of scenarios. Like a citizen that wishes to replace a passport of his son as he found out it has been destroyed, or the child is 10 years old and there are no other circumstances, and there are 9 questions are required for that, and then there is a list of documents, and this can be emailed. So what we have done for a short evaluation, we actually devised a questionnaire for the evaluation purposes. We used the technology acceptance model as a basis, and we altered it a little bit to be more chatbot specific. We used the 7-point scale from strong agreement to strong disagreement. Google Forms, 53 students at the university were used for that purpose, and the results, they were positive. 89% they think it's easy. And generally, most of them also believe that it is also useful. However, the suggestions were also there from users. For example, 22% were not happy with the training that we had provided to the chatbot. They would like it to be able to understand more words, more expressions, and therefore, what we have done from that point was that we retrained and improved the chatbot, the model. So in conclusion, this was a proof of concept just to see whether it was feasible. We found that it is technically feasible. It is not that difficult. It doesn't require too much knowledge of technologies, etc. By using software like Rasa, and you're in an environment where you don't program, but you have to understand, of course, how a chatbot works. But that doesn't need computer science expertise. It just needs student level, let's say university level expertise. We enhanced the CPSV model, which, however, can be further enhanced. We have done also work since then, which is here as a future work with other forms of databases like knowledge graphs and semantic web, etc. And of course, we need in the future to evaluate more thoroughly the citizens' acceptance, because, of course, employing students, although it was not part of the assignment, we had ethics approval. They were not supposed, it would totally anonymize the questionnaire. So we hope we got their true opinion. Still, it is a very controlled environment, very specific environment. So, of course, we need to test it further. And one of the further work that we want to do is actually and it's a research that we are doing now. We plan to compare the official passport.gov.gr and the passport with two groups and randomly selected citizens and all that, and see what happens, which of the two is actually better, and then if it comes better, then we plan to inform the police about that, and maybe they would like to use it in as a supplementary channel for their website. So that's it for me. More information about that question. This is my email. This work is part of the UNU-EGOV project. You can find more information about the UNU-EGOV project itself on this link. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to get questions. Sure.
My first question was exactly related to the issue of testing, aid with other groups, other kind of people. Usually we start like this with students because it is hard to start a very good way to test. But I already understood that you intend and we are already finding other kind of tests that are working in that way. My other question is, how do you think that this exercise and this proposal that you achieved for this case of passport can be used for the kind of learning that you gain with this project that you can translate or transpose to other kind of services, not just related with passport, but which were the main learnings that you can use to apply in the development of check-offs or other kind of services?
Okay, so first of all, a lesson we got was that having a chatbot up and running is not that hard as it might seem. So the technical was mostly done by Pandelis, who is not a computer scientist at all. He's an engineer. Of course, he understands. He read and he did it. It wasn't that of a problem. The second thing that we think it's interesting is using this CPSV model. I mean, we feel very strongly about that. I mean, using at least standard models. Maybe not CPSV. Get another one, but go standard. Don't go with your ad hoc solution, because I think it limits its both scientific but also practical view. Another thing that I think is interesting is that if you don't want to program it yourself, you have to use a framework. Be careful and don't rush in selecting a framework. So for us, for example, we started previous work with another one, which in the process we found, because it was like from a big company, so everyone was using it. So wow, okay, let's go with that. But then when we wanted to do more things, we wanted to support the Greek language better. We find out that it was not a right way, so we canceled that and we started from scratch. We evaluated different frameworks. So selection of the framework to build your passport, your chatbot, I think it's an important decision, because you live with that afterwards. And if you rush, then you might at the end find out that it doesn't really suit your needs, and so that would be really a shame. So that would be my thoughts at the point. Yeah, Morten.
Okay, thanks. You're obviously testing this out. This is fine. I'm surprised that you only found 12 common questions that would cover most customer questions. That's one thing, but that's more of an observation. But how did you try and address that everyday language use by the average person like you and me may use different terminology which is not in your vocabulary, particularly a standardized one. The example from the Danish context would be that people call and ask, how do I get my yellow card, which is the national health insurance card? The blue one is short-term for the EU health insurance card. Usually the vocabularies we've seen from covering 27 member states or even from the public sector tends to use the formal legal qualification or definition of things. So how did you address that in your pilot? And if so, how did you do it? And how do you think also when you're talking about call center bots, cognitive learning, which is exactly about how to feed the beast with enough data to teach it that when someone says yellow card, they mean that's compared to and contrast to what a lot of chatbots used to be based on in the past, which was basically manually created Q&A trees.
Okay. Okay, first, the 12 questions were actually not most cases, but all cases, so they covered everything, and they try to identify your special case with regards to input documents and cost. That was our focus, only those two. So with 12 questions, you cover that. First, of course, you have to understand the initial position of the citizen. You know, I want for my kid. Okay, so you require for a passport for a minor. If this is correct, then 12 at maximum. So what is the age? Because you have different categories for minors. You know, does it have health issues with a photograph? So it's right. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. With regards to the language, indeed, we started in this paper. We started with the terminology, the jargon, mostly as it was in the legal documents. And then hence the 22% of students suggesting, you know, guys, it's not like that. I mean, when we're talking, we don't say minor, we say child or other expressions which are more slag maybe when we're talking about a person of 14. So consider that. So what we did actually after that, because we have a follow-up on that, was that we asked in a second opportunity, we asked students to use it, and also those 53 students, but also other students, we fed them with scenarios, and they used the chatbot. And this RASA has also this machine learning, so it can improve itself by seeing what the users are, what our expressions are being used by users and what they want to accomplish, and then it links the missing parts, and then it improves itself. So then in the second round because you know we did a second round of improvement, then it was better. But I think it still needs work. It needs a lot of data. It needs a lot of. You know, the more you use it, of course, the better it becomes. That's for sure.
If I may, with a follow-up, it's more of a complimentary comment. So we had a Latvian government fellow in Bangladesh, and we're looking at AI-supported call center technology for local authorities, and their challenge was really to justify the investment. In Latvia, only Riga can afford it, all the other municipalities cannot. But the other challenge was to feed the beast. How do we get enough structured data in to justify the investment, that the user experience is as good as it should be with colloquialisms and different dialects and expressions in a country with 2 official languages. And they came up with some ideas, and I don't know if they followed through on, but we were talking with them about how you train your call center staff in a period of time to say, okay, you ask for the yellow card, you mean the national health insurance card. You're talking about your kid. Is this a minor? Is this your child? You know, and then digitizing those conversations, obviously with recordings being allowed, blah, 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 because then you would suddenly have the volume of data, and you would have it structured in a way that the answer or the follow-up question confirms both the service and the call center, but also helps the AI to actually recognize, when they say yellow, they probably mean this. When they mean kid, they mean child. Is that something that you've seen done elsewhere, or is it something that you've also been considering in the future solutions for public institutions or even the private sector?
Yes, indeed. Well, when you're talking about call center, I mean, for call centers, you mean persons that answer the phones, but they have in front of them they have a script.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To train them to confirm in a certain way, so when the conversations are digitized, you can actually use it to make the technology learn from it, and you get the volume of data in a structured form by the reply from the person to the question or to the information being structured and confirmed. So it guides, it feeds the beast, so to speak, in a volume that then enables it.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's a very interesting because there is a call center in Greece, of course, for everything, and we at some point we thought that we should go to them and get information, and then actually then we decided that we leave it for now because it will hold the project, and that needs time to get authorization, etc. But it's a good reminder because we have forgotten about that strategy. But thanks for bringing it up. We have to follow that up now that we have something, and we're more relaxed,
It's a really interesting dilemma. We also see with big data discussions in local authorities that, how do we get enough structured data to justify the investment into big data analytics systems? And in Denmark, a number of municipalities, which are all quite big and have resources, they're saying we can get 80% of the way with massaging our Excel sheets. Yeah. But even if we take data from similar systems in the neighboring municipality, there's all these different variations on how they structure even their budget information that you can't just combine it. There's too much work required to clean up the data and structure it so you can combine it. And this was a potential way the Latvians thought that they could actually get enough structured data and use it as a shared service amongst a lot of municipalities, because together they could do it. But it required this process of getting the data into the system.
That's interesting. Now I'm gonna put my chair hat and stop this conversation. Sorry, but it's interesting indeed. I would like to continue, but so let's. I also lost track of the time. Okay. So we're still. I think we're still okay. We have one more live presentation, which can also take its time because we just have 2 videos. Then it's a 5 paper session, so that's good for us. And so we're going to hear a little bit about re-engineering now, because it's good to engineer, but re-engineering has its own merits. So I'd like to call colleagues from Portugal to present us their work.
Greeting all present. Greeting the chair. My name is Helena Pires Barreiro. I'm from Portugal, Universidade de Évora, and my mail is here. You can to send clarifications, but so I respond as soon possible. I'm not speak English very well, but I initiate my presentation. The title is Re-engineering of Administrative Urbanization and Edification Process, a case study of 3 Portuguese municipalities. The presentation, the structure presentation is research question, research objectives, background theory, research hypothesis, research methods, qualitative methodology, results, concluding remarks. The research question are the re-engineering of processes and procedures, integration and interoperability beneficial to municipalities. The research objectives one, to characterize the state of dematerialization and of licensing procedures for building works in 3 Portuguese municipalities. The municipalities at different levels of development to check the extent to which process management in the integrated within the municipalities understood and the state of interoperability with the other entities. 3, to assess internal impacts. And 4, to identify the facilitating elements and obstacles or difficulties and characterize the impacts of the implementation of process reengineering. Oh. Okay. But the background theory, the authors, Michael Hammer, James Champing, is the concept of reengineering was introduced in the 1990. Michael Hammer. Goulart made a strong contribution for transformation with the framework of the contingency management, and Ramaschi, important of collaboration that general interactions between managers and other stakeholders. Starr and Reynolds has defended that the organization's values and influenced the transformations in the organization. Kamal, Acne, and Majid progressively contribute with new ideas to defend the integration of reengineering the process. And Reynald and Kramengard saw the new build platforms to enable the set of interactions of networks of partners and collaborators for the continuous development of experience. Ana Neves in Portugal is wrote about autonomy of Portuguese autarchies and the exercise of organizational powers of decision to the central state, the relations and autarchies, municipals and central station is not very good level to the reengineering of process. Research hypothesis in qualitative methodology. Usually, there are no preconceived hypotheses. Those are built after observation with emphasis in induction. As there is no certainty of the experimental method, observation and interpretation are relevant. Besides that, we formulated the following hypotheses. 4 hypotheses. One, the level of the materialization. The level of materialization is different among the municipals under study. The 3 municipals under study was the 3 different among the integration of internal informatization and interoperability. It's each of the municipals observes different phases. 3, the implementation of reengineering process present different stages of integration and interoperability in the municipals under study. 4, the municipals under study are able to identify the facilitating elements and obstacles for the implementation of the reengineering process. The research method, we use the qualitative methodology. The materialization process encompasses one or more sets of procedures on process reengineering, covers the entire organization with different functional areas. This project were not implemented at the same time in the 308 municipalities in Portugal, and are disparities between them are visible. Through the online service of the municipalities, it was possible to perceive the national autarkic panorama in terms of the reengineering process for building works. It was found that not all municipalities have functioning online service. This first analysis was one the basis for the selection of the 3 municipalities one study in the present research work. In addition, ease, access and proximity were criteria that contribute to the selection of municipalities X, Y, and Z. The factor with the greatest weight in the selection of municipalities was the creation of samples with different stages of reengineering process and the materialization of procedures. In the municipalities between July and September, in the municipalities, interviews were conducted in personnel with elected officials, urban planning technicians, administrative service, and municipal service employees, and municipality X, Y, and Z. The qualitative analyses are performed to obtain the analysis and perceptions of the interviews. Results. This was followed by the creation of cases and nodes, as well as the categorization and attributes. The cases were created municipality X, Y, and Z. In each case, the interviews corresponding to each municipality were associated. In duet reverse of categories, the system was created with the constitution of 4 nodes and their 1 state of affairs, 2 impacts, 3 implementation elements, 4 digital integration with the following attributes. On the scoreboard, the classification of nodes and attributes. The nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and attributes. Results, objectives, and hypotheses. The objectives of the research work are achieved through the results of interviews carried out the 3 municipalities. The research begins with the knowledge of Portuguese municipalities at the different levels in their materialization. The objectives, the research work and respond municipally X developed with the materialization of process carried out, with internal and external efficiency, integration and interoperability, verifying several facilitating elements. Municipally Y in the process of the materialization, use hybrid solutions in order to guarantee service to the public, and Municipalized did not reinitiate the project and uses only paper. The hypothesis Municipally X presents facilitating elements in the content analysis which are greater than difficulties, while the opposite is noted in the municipalities Y and Z, or results confirm the hypothesis formulated. Concluding remarks. The general perception of the interviews reveals that the most of the results show the advantage of engineering process and the dematerializing procedures in Portuguese municipalities. The use of a qualitative methodology allowed the internal validation with the perspectives of the internal agents, while the three municipalities present a general perspective of the Portuguese municipalities in terms on the process of engineering and the materialization of procedures for building works. This study contributes to scientific knowledge since there are no other studies on the specific subject and with the current analysis. The facile link elements and obstacles identified may assist in the institutional knowledge and awareness of the real dematerialization of municipals in Portugal, mainly of their asymmetries. It is important to complement this study with a quantitative approach in order to have a greatest consistent of results through the mixed method. One of the main limitations of the study was the fact that the group of 308 municipalities in the country was not covered, but this article answers question considering the results obtained, process and procedures re-engineering integration and interoperability are beneficial to municipalities. These results reveal the status of its municipality, impacts, implementation elements, and digital integration. Excuse me, my English is not very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? I was wondering actually about, you said that you interviewed persons, right? There was interviews with municipalities. How many interviews?
Total 9. Three municipally X, 3 municipally Y,
Okay.
3 municipally Z.
And what were the profile of the interviewees? I mean, who did you interview? Was it political staff or public servants?
Presented of municipality, mayor, yes.
Mayor. Okay.
Thank you, mayor, and the technician, urbanist technician, and the administrative. Three
layers,
levels.
okay,
Three
okay.
levels.
Okay.
And municipal, 2 is portanto, three levels.
And how you selected the municipalities?
We selected internet. The municipalities are not online service. we research internet around 20 municipalities, and the procession three levels. Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Dematerialization.
Okay.
Not dematerialization, but introducing implementation, the materialization, and not
Not at all.
dematerialization.
Okay, I got
Is
it.
very important, urgent,
Urgent, yes. No,
the
urgent.
strategy of government por Portugal e por outros países da European Union is complication, very complication.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions? No? Then thanks a lot once again. And now we start the fun part of the session. So we have two videos. One is about unpacking digital accountability, ensuring efficient and answerable e-governance service delivery. And let's see this one, and then we have one more.
A very good afternoon to esteemed session chairs and everybody in attendance. My name is Swapnil Sharma. I am a research scholar at DMS IIT Delhi, and I'll be presenting my paper titled Unpacking Digital Accountability, Ensuring Efficient and Answerable E-Governance Service Delivery Now. This is the outline of my paper, and I'll be covering the content in my presentation in the same order. Introduction. Governments around the world are investing many resources nowadays to develop ubiquitous governance networks and information systems. This is seen as an advent of digital era governance. Digital era governance is a successor to new public management method. In public administration, NPM used to see citizens as a user of service and governance as a management problem, considering goals such as efficiency of service delivery, cost effectiveness, etc. While digital era governance is different from NPM in the way that it sees citizens not only as users but as prosumers. That is, not only as mere users but as collaborators and co-creators in those services, and it calls for collaborative governance. This has led to a transformative change in the way governments work. Government departments nowadays are being replaced by their website, which act as windows facilitating state-citizen interaction. Information about the government's policies and processes is readily available. Measures have also been taken to design and build the systems to capture voice of citizens and users as co-creators. Technologies like platforms, online markets, social media help foster the institutional and social innovation into the people and enable this transformation. We see the growth of digital societies worldwide where citizens are well connected and are developing their own knowledge networks to help with day-to-day lives and in their interaction with their governments. But technology still cannot be seen as a panacea for all our governance problems, since this transformation still suffers from a lot of internal and external resistance and problems like corruption, elite capture, etc. Researchers have suggested enforcement of accountability measures to ensure the effectiveness of this transformation. Literature extensively covers the benefits of enforced accountability and sees them from two different perspectives. From the constitutional perspective, it sees accountability as a solution for problems like corruption, abuse of power, clientelism, and elite capture. While from the learning perspective, it sees accountability as a way to enhance government efficiency. There will be indirect benefits of it too, like the legitimacy of the overall governance system would increase, the trust of citizens would increase with it, and the accountability provisions could act as a catharsis against failures of government in delivering their policy goals for the people. We have chosen to explore the concept of digital accountability in the context of government websites designed to deliver these citizen services. And we attempt to carry forward the thought that by ensuring accountability by design, we can help facilitate the actualization of policy goals and deliver social good. The two research questions for our study are: first, what are the critical dimensions of factors of accountability that can help ensure the quality of government services delivery? Research question 2, how are these factors interrelated and their relative importance in the chosen context of achieving service delivery objectives. So let's go through some literature now. Public Administration Dictionary defines accountability as a condition in which individuals who exercise power are constrained by external means and internal norms. It refers to a relationship between two parties, in which one party, the steward, is held to account for their performance by a second party, the principal. Accountability has been explored in research body in multiple contexts and has been classified as such depending on the context of the study. In a comprehensive view of the literature, we can see 15 different types of accountability relations depending on 4 varied contexts. Based on the nature of the firm, it can be political, legal, administrative, professional, or social. Based on the nature of the actor, it can be corporate, hierarchical, collective, and individual. Based on the nature of the conduct, it can be financial, procedural, and product related. And based on the nature of obligations, it can be vertical, horizontal, or diagonal in nature. But for the sake of our study, we have chosen to stick with the Bowen's 2005 conceptualization of accountability as a social relationship between the government and its citizen. It has 5 critical elements to it and 3 important phases. The 3 phases of this relationship are informing the citizen forum about the performance of promised services by the government officials. Second phase, the debating and judging of these action and information provided to take appropriate action. And third, the choosing of sanctions in the form of actions against officials who are responsible for service failure. And the 5 critical elements to it are that the public has access to account of the people who are delivering the services. An explanation and justification of conduct has to be made on the public forum. The explanation should only be made on a specific forum which is legitimized by the government itself. The actor must feel obliged to give this account, and it should not be and it should be mandatory as per the policy. There should be a policy of debate and judgment, including an option for imposition of sanctions. The research methodology or the research was designed for this study in 2 different phases. The first phase covered research question 1, which utilizes the review of background literature along with a focus group discussion with the experts panel to come up with the constituent factors of accountability. These factors are then further analyzed using a multi-method approach. A quantitative technique of best-first method was used to come up with the relative importance and weight of the constituent factors, while a second qualitative method of total interpretive structural modeling, TISM, along with a micmac analysis was used to come up with the contextual relationships and relative importance of these factors based on the expert's opinion. So a panel of 21 experts was invited for discussion on this study, out of which we were able to secure only attendance from 14 of them. And the findings of our review of literature were presented to this expert panel so that we could zero down to our final list of constituent factors that will be used further in the analysis. These are the details of the focus group. We had people both from public sector and private sector, and the minimum number of experience that we had on our panel was 7 years, and we had people working both in the areas of information system and public administration, and similarly the literature was also chosen from both the areas of public administration and information systems. This is the final list of factors chosen for further analysis along with their definition and the choice from where they are picked from. Factor number 1 was transparency, which is the government's organization website presents all service related and performance related information. Factor number 2, controllability. The government organization website performs what is needed and also incorporates citizens' voice. Factor number 3, responsibility. Officials responsible for the functioning are sensitive towards the standards set for them and the terms of services offered. Factor number 4, responsiveness. The website should have a good interactive design and incorporate citizen user demands and feedback. Factor number 5, liability. The website should have a well-defined accountability structure and fix the responsibility of service failures by allowing citizens to push for sanctions. Factor number 6, security and privacy. The website should have a clearly outlined security and privacy policy covering access control and user data sharing policies. Moving on. The first method we have used is the best first method, is a recently developed MCDM technique, which is a multi-criteria decision-making technique, employing 2 different 1x(n) comparison vectors in place of a single n×n comparison matrix used in previous techniques like AHP. It helps us generate more consistent results while requiring fewer data points. And for applying best first method, we have to fix 2 factors as one as best and other one as worst. And this is done based on the opinion of experts. And in our case, we chose transparency as the best factor and liability as the worst factor. And then the comparison matrix are developed by choosing numbers between 1 and 9. Where 1 signifies equally important and 9 signifies most important. In our case, these are the 2 comparison vectors developed. the best two. One is the best two others matrix, and another one is the others two worst matrix. The vectors are then used to develop min-max inequalities, which can be solved using a best-first weight estimation model. And the final weights have to justify conditions such as the sum of all weights should come around 1, and all weights should be equal to or greater than 0. The final weights, after calculating the inequalities, came out as such, and we have simplified them up to 2 decimal places. Transparency got 0.37, controllability had 0.21, responsibility had 4.14, responsiveness has 0.11, same as security and privacy, and liability has 0.06 weight. The total coming out as 1, and the consistency ratio was 0.03, and any number below 0.25 denotes the significantly consistent comparison at our end. The next method that we have utilized was a combination of TISM and MICMAC analysis. Total interpretive structural modeling is a technique which helps us transform unclear mental models into clear hierarchical structures with interpretation of their contextual relationship on the connectors in the diagram for clarity. The matrix to cross impact multiplication applied to classification method is used to categorize our list of factors into 4 quadrants as drivers, linkages, dependents, and autonomous in the chosen context under study. Both of these are based on pairwise comparison factors, and the pairwise matrix called as reachability matrix was developed by using the opinion of expert and past literature. This is how the reachability matrix looks like. Each one denotes a possible relationship between the two factors, and each 0 denotes an absence of any relationship between two factors. The one with an asterisk mark denote a transitive relationship between two factors. We have also calculated the driving power and dependence of each factor by taking their row and column sum, and these will be used in further analysis in the MICMAC analysis. Now, based on this reachability matrix, we come up with a knowledge base where each one given in the matrix is defined or explained based on the opinion of the experts or from the past literature, so that those contextual definitions or explanations could be used to define the contextual relationships in the diagram. This is how the knowledge base looks like. Let's take one for further understanding. Let's take the first one. F1 goes to F2. So this relationship is defined as transparency will influence controllability, and this can be explained by the fact that when citizens can use public data to judge the service provider performance, then transparency will influence controllability. And in a similar way, all possible relationships are explained in this knowledge base. After developing the knowledge base, we perform level partitioning based on the reachability matrix and assign the factors into different levels. We can see that factor 1 was assigned level number 4, factor 2 was assigned level number 3, factor 3, 4 and 6 were considered equally important and assigned level number 2, and factor number 5, that is liability, was assigned level number 1. A diagram is then created based on these levels, and possible explanations are put from the knowledge base on the connectors in the diagram. So this is the final TISM diagram with transparency forming the base and liability forming the top of it, and all factors them into 4 quadrants. Each quadrant representing a different type of factor like driving, linkage, dependent, and autonomous factors. We see that transparency and controllability form the driving factors. As seen in the TISM diagram, they were also at the base of the hierarchical structure, denoting maximum importance in the given context. Then the factor of responsibility, responsiveness, and security and privacy acted as linkage factors and helped establish the factor of liability, which is seen as the topmost factor, and the dependent factor in the MICMAC classification. So this is a comparative analysis of the two methods, which helps us analyze the ranks of each factor under the two methods. We see that most of the ranks are almost same. Only there's only one difference, that responsiveness and responsibility are seen as responsibility is seen a little more important than responsiveness and security privacy under best first method. But since it's the quantitative method, we can have that minute difference also. But in the final analysis under the MICMAC, we see that transparency and controllability come as driving factors. Responsibility, responsiveness, and security privacy came out as linkage factors, while liability came out as a dependent factor. So as we can see, transparency and controllability make up to 59% of overall accountability, and transparency is responsible for, this is because of the fact that transparency is responsible for enacting and supporting the first phase alone, that is the provisioning of information for discussion in the citizen forum, while controllability entails designing web services that share control over processes and policy with citizens by incorporating the design principle of interactivity. Together, these two factors make up the openness of any government services and almost 60% of the weight of accountability measures. Responsibility, responsiveness, and security and privacy are grouped as linkage factors and ranked third most important and equally important, making up about 35% weight of overall accountability. Responsibility and responsiveness are closely related to the systemic implementation of overall accountability process and drive the overall trust felt by citizen users. These factors are related to compliance and define how accountability is operationalized. While security and privacy define the terms of different trade-offs which are made to provide services while protecting civil rights and at the same time using their data for better targeting and designing services for welfare. Liability is the topmost factor in the accountability diagram, makes up around 7% of weight and seen as a dependent factor. But it cannot be considered insignificant in any way as it forms the core of the accountability process, providing the feedback to the citizens about the government's sensibility towards their pain and their need for sanctions toward government officials responsible for service failures. What is the contribution of this study towards theory and practice? Our study contributes to both fields of information system as well as public administration. Our multi-method results summarize and reflect upon the literature from these two areas to identify key factors. It helps scholars to explore and understand how accountability could be built into a system and enforced in times of failure. Practitioners could also use our findings to develop indexes that could help them in evaluating and improving e-government service platforms. To conclude, our study came up with 6 constituent factors of digital accountability as transparency, controllability, responsibility, responsiveness, liability, and security privacy. Our findings also highlight that transparency and incorporating citizen voice during policy formulations form the foundational form for an accountable government process. Liability is the key to developing trust among citizens to promote the adoption of e-services. The linkage factors of responsibility, responsiveness help operationalize the policy goals on the ground. The limitation of our study is acknowledged in the fact that all experts from our study were from India, and the opinion of these experts is subjective to change in the context of geographies under study. These are some important references. Thank you for your time, and if you have any need of any further clarification, you can reach out to me via mail. Thank you so much.
Okay.
A very good afternoon to.
Right, okay, we have one more paper, the video one again. Title is Validating the Usage of Occupational Classification Systems in the Process of Creating a National Virtual Competency Assistant within the EU Labour Market. And that would be the last.
Hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying the conference. My name is Marko Ljutkevicius. I'm an early stage researcher in Taltech, working in data science group. And I'm here to present my conference paper, which I submitted together with Ms. Regina Erlenheim. So let's get to it. Kai Rainer, who is the chief of United Nations International Labour Organization, said this June that COVID is not just a public health crisis, but also employment and human crisis. So what does it mean? It means that we have a lot of households who have lost their income, and we additionally have this innovation coming up towards renewable energy, which needs new skills. For example, in Estonia, we are closing down the oil shale sector, which will leave additionally 8,000 households into poverty. And these people are not finding easily a new job. Additionally, on one side, we need massively to retrain our future huge number of people, but also we see that in public sector there is a huge lack of proactiveness and automatization. Even though human resource for an organization is the most valuable resource, it has been not little success have been in automating human resource development. So this is on that sector little researched, but also little achievements in practical terms. Luckily, Estonia is moving towards next generation together with this automation and use of AI in public services. We call it CRAT AI. Probably you have heard it from another participants in this conference, but also my research is targeting using this kind of concepts. And I'm especially interested in virtual competency assistance, which could deal with citizens providing advice on career advancement. So the aim of my research is to build an initial concept for a national virtual competency assistant that uses the European occupational taxonomy. And this is just the beginning. I'm trying to develop a national virtual competency assistant that would use artificial intelligence and the concept of proactive service. I will explain about the proactive service in a separate slide. My question in this research was how can the European labour market benefit from using the occupational classification systems in the field of proactive services? So to achieve this goal, I am mainly doing the case study with qualitative research methods, meaning I have had interviews with the Estonian Unemployment Insurance Fund, but also other stakeholders and citizens to map this initial part of the future work as well. So I've had interviews to map the current state and also looking into literature or existing occupation classification systems. For example, in America, mostly SOC is used, which is more known as ONET, Occupational Information Network, which is used by a lot of different startups and organizations to create their own services. But in looking at the European side, the more known is taxonomy called ISCO. A lot of countries that I've researched are using ISCO as a basis for their occupational classification system. So the problem with ISCO is that it is old. It is from 2008, but the other side is that it's only involving occupational classification, not skills or qualifications. Which takes me to the next one, which is more recent one and constantly being updated. It's called ESCO. It is developed by European Commission, and it has been said it is mandatory from this year's August for all member states dealing with this unemployment people. So in Estonia we call it Unemployment Insurance Fund, but it can be called differently in the various countries. So the good side is that it is interrelated. So when you take one occupation, you can see which skills are involved and which qualifications are needed for this kind of occupation. So my research was on one side to explore this, whether it could be used using the AI in the public service sector, but on the other hand, how it could be used proactively. So another theory which was actually presented here in this conference 1 year ago by my colleague Regina, was that the citizen should be able to opt in or opt out from a proactive service, which when he or she would opt in, proactive service would just trigger events based when they happen. For example, if you lose a job, it would trigger event establishing funds from the unemployment office, but also providing suggestions for a new job. But when you work, it might also trigger events suggesting you new trainings or educational programs. So this is the idea of proactive service. And my results from the research show that also Estonia is using the old ISCO, which is from 2008, almost 13 years old now, yes. And it is integrated into this e-service called e-Töötukassa, where citizens can log in and request CV information from different ministries. It is working well, but it is still not automated, not providing automated suggestions, but a lot of manual work has to be done in order to receive some job offers from that system. No, there are no skills or qualifications integrated into this service, which is also bad for providing suggestions for different kind of job, maybe with the same skill set. A citizen can apply for any training in e-service, but they don't know whether it would be suitable for their profile, or they might get rejected. So it's confusing to see all the different trainings, but not get accepted on them. So, and another citizen told me that every time they have this counselors meeting, they have forgotten half of the talk they had last time. So it is kind of frustrating for the unemployed citizens to every time explain the same things all over again. And the outcome in one picture is that we should have ESCO. We should have the 3 pillars of ESCO: qualifications, skills, and occupations, mapped to each European member national taxonomy. And this would enable for us to use this VCA customized to specific country that could actually use citizens' background knowledge, background occupational statuses, and history of past occupational life events, and trainings and job offers available from the unemployment insurance funds, and provide proactively suggestions to citizens for jobs or trainings. And this is what the research that I'm doing is about, and it is only first steps of that direction. So we find it, at least I find it hopeful that we can use the ESCO for creating this VCA ecosystem, and this would enable the interoperability part, but also implementing the same kind of model into different countries. And this taxonomy provides agreed data sets, rules that is typically required when proactive services are built. So next steps are on my side, getting into more technical parts, finding out different models, and also requesting data sets that can be used for building this kind of system. I think this is it. You have my contacts on the last slide. In case something is interesting, you want to contact, feel free to write an email, and we can have a further discussion about VCAs. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Okay, and with that we conclude this session. Thank you very much for staying until the end of it. We now have the lunch, the coffee break. Wish it was lunch, so it is a coffee break because I skipped lunch. Coffee break, and then we have a final keynote and the closing ceremony. So enjoy the last part of the conference and the rest of your staying in Athens.